Does what it wants. Oh well. What are you gonna do? What's going on? What's going on? Hey, Cadillac James. What's going on with you? There's a lot going on today. Welcome, welcome in, y'all. We are live on TikTok and YouTube, and we'll see how long that stays the case. Good morning, Curtis. How are you? Hey, Beth. A couple of big family shifts happen. Curtis, I'm glad you're doing well. Good morning, gratitude. My air filter has something in it. Let me go turn it off. Beth, I want to hear about your My air filter has something in it. Let me go turn it off. Beth, I want to hear about your updates with your family. Message me or come into the Discord, especially if you don't have a whole lot of time. A lot of heavy things. All coming out of the dark now. I don't know if you guys know, but our son has been doing a lot of upgrading. Well, you know, we can interpret it as upgrading or deteriorating. I don't know. It's doing a lot of stuff. There's a lot of activity up there. And a lot of, I follow a couple of creators who put out like daily or even weekly updates on the sun. I follow a couple of creators who put out like daily or even weekly updates on the sun. And while the sun's doing these things, I find that it offers us an opportunity for, sure, upgrades, but for clearing, right? Like, the stuff that's stuck, light is vibrating at that frequency, that's energy is trying to get through our systems. And if there is something stuck, something misaligned, something out of place, a boulder in the channel that you've been trying to hide for all your life because you don't want to look at the weight of it, you don't want to deal with it, right? Those kinds of things are what we experience when we get upgrades like this, when the sun is doing what it's doing, or when we get the full moon, right? If it's chaotic, really difficult for us, a lot of times it really does mean that, like, we're still out of alignment or we have a lot to process. Those of us who are like, oh my God, I'm just really energized. I'm all, good for you. You have these nice clear channels, so that's great. I might get a little jelly. But also, I'm happy for my friends who have nice, easy processing for all of this sunshine upgrade stuff going on. It's been exhausting for me. There's still stuff I'm working on. I'm losing family members, car accidents, truth coming to light. I'm grateful for truth coming to light, right? Sometimes I don't know. I've always said I'd rather know the truth even if it's hard. I'm not one that wants to sweep things under the rug, and that's hard for some people. So, Beth, reach out. I know you're closer in our community too, so reach out if you need anything, even just to chat about it. Hey, Charity. Yep, I'm live. It's the real-time me. Just joining from Pennsylvania, Mr. Marshmallow. How are you? That's good, Beth. All grateful so we can be there. Well, oh, dog. First thing. Y'all. Some comments were filtered. Guys, I don't have comment filters on. So if you guys are saying something that your comment's not showing up, then you're like violating whatever TikTok thinks you shouldn't say. I don't have any filters on. So you guys, what the heck? Hi, Juliana. Good morning. Your energy has been don't fail or don't fall. Don't fall. Have I told you lately that I love you? Badass blind woman, I love you too. Vicky, I'm a big fan of the big bowl of tea. I'm trying to get out of coffee. Usually summertime shifts me into tea. No more coffee. I like coffee in the wintertime. So this month, actually, I mean, every month, right? Every month we're talking about a different chakra. And I have a book coming out before July 1st about how these patterns are written into our systems through our conditioning, right? And I think this is a big part of the first three chakras, these lower three chakras, when we're talking about early traumas, when we're talking about the ways that we get used to operating, even if it's not really in our truth, and then how to take back our power when we realize we've been operating over here because somebody taught us to operate over here, right? Hold on. I'm going to flip my camera around over here on YouTube because they're both doing opposite things. So I feel like I'm having a discussion with three people here. Hold on. And this month we're talking about the solar plexus. Which is a really important one, especially today, as our friends and neighbors and loved ones are using their will, their power, their personal power to make statements about individuals who are misusing their personal power. But I want to talk a lot today about how that happens and what we can do to address it, right? And yes, part of it is standing in our truth, but what does that even mean when we're talking about how do I want to say it? The simple analogy for it is when the scales are misaligned, your measurement is always going to be askew. And so we may think we have found our purpose or are living in our truth, but it's weighed by a scaled measurement, by a misaligned measurement, right? Or a misunderstood measurement or an out. Yeah. The scales are not. I will get my words gathered today. As soon as I figure out how to flip my camera because it's making me a little bit crazy. I'm going to ask you today to reflect on, as we go through all of this information, I really ask that you reflect on where your inner tyrants are. Where is your inner king, and is that, or queen, and is that king or queen operating in a way that is in the best interest of the entirety of who is inside of you, of what is inside of you, right? We talk a lot about the way that we develop kind of different aspects of self, right? I've got an ego self, I've got my emotional self, I've got my little kid self, I've got my usually like some sort of tyrant or parent sort of energy in there. I like to refer to mine as my pirates, just because that's the imagery that I have. I've got a pirate ship, and all these different aspects of me are pirates. And if you might say, I don't have different aspects, I'm just very mono, singular, whatnot, I ask you if you show up exactly the same way in every situation, whether it be at work. Are you going to be, you behave a certain way at work, show up a certain way at work, and hold certain cards closer to your chest at work. And then you're going to be different when you're on a date with your partner or at home with your partner, right? You may hold different cards close to your chest. You may share different aspects of yourself. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about the different characters within you, or I refer to them as my pirates, right? We're not talking about something like, personality split stuff. We're talking about the fact that we are multifaceted, right? Beth, you've been using the pirates as an example, and it's worked so well. Honestly, it helps me understand myself and this process so deeply. And I think one of the most valuable pieces of it is that it allows us to separate our identity of self, of true centered self, with the different manifestations of ego and triggers that happen when we interact with the world, right? These facets are just the parts of ourselves that we show to the world when we're in different situations. But then there's this core self that is our essence, the truth of who we are that never changes, right? And that's what I mean when I'm saying I'm not talking about totally different personalities. We all have that core essence, and then we have different degrees of manifestations of these different aspects of self. And yes, some of us are more consistent. We're the same person at work as we are at home with our partner, as we are with our parents, as we are in different situations, right? And some of us are quite different, quite dynamic, and have certain things that are really only reserved for certain people or certain places, right? But all of that is rooted in the way that our energy body develops, is rooted in the way that our habits, our patterns develop. Our patterns develop our emotional patterns, our thought patterns, our belief systems, the way we perceive the world and ourselves within it. Yeah. So, hello everyone. I always kind of jump in and start getting going before I say, hello, my name is Reverend Deborah. I'm an interfaith minister, a movement facilitator, and dubbed by this lovely community here on TikTok, I'm your shenanigan shaman. So thank you guys for liking my shenanigans, because I like them too. They keep me sane and young. So today we're talking about the solar plexus. This whole year, for those of you who are just joining or new to our space here, we are doing what I'm calling our Inner Light series. And each month we go through a different layer of the energy body. January was the aura. February, the koshas, so the bodies, the selves within our system. So the aura is external, the selves, the koshas are within. Koshas, so the bodies, the selves within our system. So the aura is external, the selves, the koshas are within. Then we spoke about the earth chakras and the minor lower chakras, like the knee chakras, the belly button chakra, and the feet chakras and similar. Let's see. Then we moved to the root chakra, then we moved to the sacral, and now we are in the solar plexus, which means next month we're going to move into the heart, then the throat, then the brow, then the crown, and then up higher ones. Anyway, the whole point for this whole thing is, while you can go out there and you can buy a book on the chakras, and I have some to recommend if you want to do that, you can go search the internet or even ask ChatGPT about your energy system and get a deeper understanding of it. of the general ideas of energy. But there are pieces that I have found in my own research and in my own experience that weave together things like our psychology and psychological development, social emotional development, along with the stages of our chakra development. And this is why it's really important. What's really important about this is because by looking at these things and the way that they interact, we understand how our personalities are built, how our egos are built, how our triggers, our fears, and our beliefs about ourselves and about the world are built, essentially how the pathways are created and connected, and how those things eventually become the background operation. Yes, some of it's conscious, but the important part about the energy development is those unconscious pieces, the beliefs that operate so quietly in the background that you're not even really thinking about them, right? The way that you move, the way that you hold your body when a certain energy or a certain person comes in the room and you don't even freaking notice it, right? Catch yourself clenching your jaw, or somebody triggers an emotional reaction and you go, I don't know where that came from, or I was not in control, right? We experience these things where something happens that is not conscious, right? And the process of enlightenment is just the process of bringing more consciousness into the parts of ourselves that are unconscious, right? Unconscious being the darkness or being shadow, being unseen, versus conscious being in the light. So, with all that said, I will throw a little plug in there. I do have an inner light map on my shop. The inner light map is meant to help you track your energy body, start to become familiar with your patterns, your triggers, and also to keep track of the tools that I offer. I will be offering another mudra today. And that's for sale in my shop for $5, not on TikTok, because I can't get TikTok shop to work for me, and it causes me too much stress. So if anybody knows how to make TikTok shop work for me and want to help out, I would really appreciate it. Until then, y'all have to go to Patreon. So, sorry. Where's the cap for my beautiful purple pen here? Wink, wink. Oh, I wonder if it rolled down between the couch or something. So where do we start? Where do we start? I usually like to go over the development of the chakras. Let me see if I missed any comments while I was chatting there for a minute. Okay. So, the chakra developments, right? How the chakras develop, when the chakras develop. It's let's say our chakras develop in stages in a couple of different rotations, right? So we've got our every few years we kind of shift, our energy shifts and moves up for the first 25, 26 or so, 24, 25, 26 years of life. So there's that rotation of our chakra development. And then there's the lifelong rotation of our chakra development. And so we can see it through these different lenses of, in our earliest years, in our childhood, we're really trying to understand grounding in our bodies, and then we begin to understand connection and interacting with each other, right? So those stages, for the lifelong stages, the root and the sacral are what we're going through for those first 20 some years of life. We're really just kind of trying to ground out. We're really trying to figure out existing in the material plane, and how to connect with others and how to get our needs met. And then the sacral chakra talks about intimacy and our closeness, our relationships, and at a different degree than it does up here in the heart. So those are our earliest interactions, right? When we start to do that as teens or into our early 20s, right? Those are our root and sacral. Katie, hey! I know it's been hard for me to do one live a week. I've been really missing doing bigger ones, but I had to set the boundary for me to make sure that I am bringing in enough revenue to make sure that it's appropriate for me to be doing it. I am the person who will give away my imbalanced chakras, my solar plexus being a little here and my heart being a little here. I'm I'll just give all my classes away and I'll do 5 or more classes per week or whatever, and I don't need to charge anything. Oh wait, I can't even turn the internet on anymore because I couldn't pay the bills. So we are down to 1 class a week, unfortunately. But for those of you who have not yet joined, if you want to support what I'm doing so that I can add more classes, go over to Patreon. That's really the only way to do it right now. Or trade your time and energy if you have some to help me with editing and things like that, so I can get back up to doing those things. So, chakras. So as we're going up, the more acute process of our chakra development is that from about birth to somewhere between 6 months to even a year or so, we are working on our root chakra. The root chakra says, am I safe, right? So our earliest experiences, when we look back at childhood trauma and how childhood trauma or childhood experiences write our personality, that's what we are looking at when we're looking at the chakra development. In Erik Erikson's stages of social emotional development, this is the stage of trust versus mistrust. It's, am I safe in my body? Can I ground my energy out in my body? Or are things going to happen in my body that I can't control, that are scary or dangerous or painful, right? These messages that we receive early in life give us our foundational belief about trust and about our sense of safety in our bodies and in the world. When we move up to the sacral chakra, and depending on how that settles, we may spend more time in the root chakra area trying to ground out for safety, or depending on our constitution, we may pull our energy up right away into that sacral chakra and say, help! The sacral chakra says, I feel. And this is our place where we say, hey, I have a need. So you imagine an infant, right? You're laying there all squishy and happy in your perfect little infinite world. No concept of time, no concept of object permanence. Everything is just this big, open reception of experience of being alive. And we move up into our sacral and we say, ooh, I'm uncomfortable. I'm hungry. I'm cold. I sneezed, right? Sometimes a baby's hungry. I'm cold. I sneezed, right? Sometimes babies fart, and then it's very scary. It's very, it's very unnerving. So that's another good example, actually, too, is that babies with things like colic, or if you have an allergy or something like that, it can actually cause an imbalance in the root or sacral chakra, because those are, again, if those are not safe or comfortable experiences, and especially if they're prolonged, it can cause our energy to go, ooh, it's not really comfortable to be in my body, right? And that's nobody's fault. This is really important. Why I love looking at the energy body, why I love looking at the chakras, is because we can step away from blaming who did what, when, whatnot. Like, that is a whole rabbit hole that actually sometimes will move us away from centeredness and away from our healing, and generate things like guilt, shame, resentment, these other things. And those things are not really the building blocks that get us to clarity. They're the weights that keep us in the process of learning about the things, right? As long as we're holding it, as long as it's here within us, we're going to keep turning it over and over and over again. It's going to keep showing up in our life over and over and over again. Why? Because your energy body's harassing you, because these memories are out to get you, because some part of ego is your enemy? No. Actually, because it's just trying to clear your system. It's just trying to clarify these channels. So these things come up again and again and again. I like to think of them like gas in our system, right? When we have something that's not meant to be there, it's going to generate gas. And that gas is an attempt to release this thing from our systems. So when patterns keep patterning, especially the ones that don't feel good, thank you, Glitterbee, especially the ones that don't feel good, we think that there's something wrong. And in reality, it's our systems guiding us to our healing. And this is an important rewrite that narrative in ourselves, right? So many of us got the belief written into us that when we experience pain or discomfort, it's bad and we shouldn't look at it, and we should ignore the emotions or shove them down or put them away, or we should destroy ego, or we should, There's all sorts of misconceptions we have about our body and our mind and our energy being our enemy. And it's not. It's really not. And my mother really helped me with this one, right? When she said, if you make an enemy of yourself, that is a battle you will fight every single day. It will show up every single day. And that will be the war that you wage your entire life long. The question is, do you want to live like that? Do you want to fight with yourself every fucking day, right? And if you've ever tried to force your mind to do something, or force yourself to quit something, or force yourself, to behave in a way that you really want to on this level, but there's some other unconscious programming still going on that's keeping you from it, right? It's almost impossible to control, to exert that kind of control on your unconscious mind. And so that tells us that this isn't the modality. This isn't the way. That's not the way to realign ourselves through control, through manipulation, through demand, but instead through curiosity and willingness, right? When we show up with those open-handed curiosity, willingness, I don't have to be loving. I don't even have to be patient. I can at the very least be curious and willing about the process that's going on inside of me. And then I have the opportunity to receive insight and better understanding about myself, so that I can bring myself to healing instead of just shove down that exact same pattern. Let me catch up. I know I missed a couple comments here. Yeah, I keep not remembering when I need to be here, and I need to be here. Make sure if you're in the Discord, we do have a notification that goes out right when I'm live. So if you have your notifications set up, I know you can turn off and on notifications for different channels. So if you're like, I don't want to get all the channels, but I do want certain notifications, you can get those, and let me know if you need help figuring that out with the Discord. Precious time wasted. Side thought. Did we pick the mug because it matched the shirt? I think Glitterbee answered you here. We are talking about the sacral chakra this month. And so all month long, I've been trying to wear and use all my yellow things. And let me tell you, it has been exhausting. My solar plexus is not usually a really huge, it's what I consider. So there's 3 ways I like to talk about the chakras. One being, I try not to say deficient, or like overactive or underactive, but sometimes I can't find a better word. So right now we're just going to go with underactive, overactive, or wounded. So the wounded sacral chakra, or any chakra that's overactive, will be consistently pushing out a whole lot of, or an imbalanced amount of energy. A underactive is going to be weak, not really pushing out a lot of that energy, or maybe have some blockages, right? Somebody who's like closing off their heart, armored their heart, right? Those are that's going to be an underactive sort of situation. But when we talk about wounded, we're talking about something that may be deficient or underactive in certain situations and then lash out. And this I find to have a lot to do with these lower chakras. I think these lower chakras do a lot of that. My center for will, my center for control, right? If it's underactive, and then my system has fucking had enough, then I suddenly turn into this really aggressive or really controlling person. People are like, whoa, where did that come from? That's a wounded chakra. When we find ourselves out of balance and fluctuating to extremes of the chakra. Same with the sacral chakra. The sacral chakra is about our connection and softness and pleasure and movement and joy. So we may deny ourselves pleasure again and again and again and again, and then suddenly go on a bender and eat an entire chocolate cake in a sitting, hiding, one sitting, hiding away somewhere, right? Because of the shame and stuff, whatnot. So those are wounded chakras versus consistently underactive or overactive. And it's important to understand that because they are really dynamic. And in any moment, my solar plexus may suddenly be really big, and in favor of that, it has to take energy from other chakras. You have a finite system of a limited amount of energy in your system. So if my solar plexus is screaming energy out, then it's got to be deficient somewhere else. It's got to take that from somewhere else. Badass blind woman, are nightmares stored in a specific chakra? So typically when we deal with nightmares, we're talking about the brow chakra. You want to store it in a specific chakra. So typically when we deal with nightmares, we're talking about the brow chakra. You want to interact with the brow chakra, specifically the back of the brow chakra. I would even suggest doing things like massaging the back of your neck before bed, maybe having a pillow that's more ergonomic so you can have opened up the throat, open up the brow a little bit, and give some ease to the back of the neck. But they can also be rooted in imbalances in lower chakras, right? If my root chakra is out of balance, I'm going to experience a profound amount of fear in my system, and that can manifest as nightmares. But it will cause imbalance here. Not if I'm fearful, it doesn't always mean I'm going to have nightmares. So if I have a fearful or wounded or underactive root chakra and a wounded or underactive brow chakra, maybe overactive brow chakra. If I'm having nightmares, you're probably having an overactive brow chakra trying to process this shit for me. Okay, now I'm going to catch up on the rest of the probably having an overactive brow chakra trying to process this shit for me. Okay, now I'm going to catch up on the rest of the comments here. Learning to release the weight of my past was the hardest thing I ever did. Again, this is my favorite way to do that, right? Is just to meet the past, not with blame or shame or like pointing at anything, but to look at it as curious and willing. Interesting that these things occurred, and interesting how they ended up creating patterns in my system, and what a gift that I now get to rearrange those patterns, right? Or take down the armor, or discover the me that's within those things or underneath those things. Instead of getting stuck in the loop of that person did that to me, or this awful situation happened and I can never make it unhappen, right? We get really stuck in how do I heal from something that's so traumatic that it exists in every part of my life, or rewrote my unconscious programming to be self-sabotaging. Oh crap. It's really hard to get to that stuff, in my opinion, with other modalities. Energy and understanding my energy body is what really got me to those places, to understanding that it's about not the past, or the people, but the pattern as it exists in you right now. Listen to that for a second. It's really important. It was really important to me, and I hope it helps, right? Everything you need for your healing is alive and well within you right now. You don't have to go to the past. You don't have to know the story. You don't have to know who did it. You don't even have to know the details. Sometimes that's helpful. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes we can get lost in those details and miss the point of it, right? Everything you need, every trauma, everything that's out of balance, every hurt, every fear, it is alive and well operating in your energy patterns. So you don't need to go way back there. We need to look right here, right now, at how I am reacting, responding, what my beliefs are about what's going to happen, what my expectations are, how I perceive myself, and how I operate because of how I perceive myself and other people, right? Those things are here and now. You don't have to go anywhere for those. Congratulations, Beth, your boyfriend on a year sober. Woo-hoo. Just catching up on comments really quick. Hey, Beth84. Gratitude. You say my trauma was my strongest lesson. It allowed me to understand it was someone else's fear. Yeah. Yeah. And in fact, when we talk about like the pirate ship and the aspects, facets of self, right, as these different sort of characters that we help create for ourselves, one of the most important pieces of that is to be able to look at something, whether it's anger or a specific behavior or a trigger or something, and to take it outside of me and see it from here and go, oh, it is not all of me, right? We're talking about the essence versus the facets. One thing that when we forget that we have a center, well, we have a core essence, and we identify too deeply with the facets of self, the emotional triggers, the ego, when we identify too deeply with those, we forget that essence, and we can get lost in all the ego games, and we can forget, I don't know who my guides are, I don't know what my intuition is, I can't feel it, I get stuck in cycles of patterns of triggers over and over and over again. it's essentially like saying, I am angry, right? When we say I am, that's a statement we use in meditation or meditative practices, mindfulness practices, that embodiment. It's about embodiment. I am. It is permanent. It doesn't have a temporal aspect, right? I exist as anger, versus saying, I am feeling angry right now. My favorite is to be like, oh, I'm feeling like that character within me. That pattern within me thought that, oh, I need to show up, right? Somebody cut us off on the road and road rage is like, I need to yell at them. I need to protect us, is what road rage is saying. I need to keep us safe. I need to tell them they're wrong so they don't do it again and keep somebody else safe. I need to control this situation because that was really scary. Now I can identify with that trigger and I can yell at the other person and say nasty things and flip the bird and do whatever the heck I want or drive crazy or whatever it is, whatever the trigger makes you do. Why does it feel like it makes you do it? Because it triggers the unconscious pattern and negates your conscious thought. And we can measure this in the brain. When we are emotional, it moves our center, moves the brain activity to the lower parts of these other parts of the brain, not the prefrontal cortex. Hey, fuzzy zombie. Prefrontal cortex is where we can consider things and reflect on things and examine whether or not this is a good idea to yell at the other driver and whether or not that's really going to change anything. And right? That I'm conscious and present in the moment. When those emotions trigger, what they're asking me to do is to go back or to relive the pattern of fear that was worked into my system by those early experiences. And again, are they doing this because they're out to get me, or, anger is trying to make me look bad? No. It's an old pattern that's out of balance. The energy is doing the wrong job. I like to put it like that because it's pirates on my ship, right? This pirate is in the wrong position and he's not good at doing that job. It's my protector, yes, but my protector doesn't feel safe. So my protector is going to be out of balance and jump up and scream and be more aggressive because they're trying to find balance. That is my system asking me to be present, to be curious and willing. Whoa, somebody cut me off in traffic, and yes, my body went... And the reactivity is my belly gets hot and my jaw clenches and I feel my brow furrow and I immediately think about, I hear the voice in my head that's yelling and screaming obscenities at this person, right? The question is, as the captain of my ship, or I always call myself the first mate. I consider my captain to be a much higher version of self. I'm the first mate between my wise captain and my crew, right? So my job as the first mate is to say, hey, pattern from when we were 2 or younger that said you're not safe in your body and wanted to scream and fight to keep us safe. I'm here now. We're not that, right? We don't need to do that. It's actually not going. We can start to have those discussions with ourselves. We can start to reflect on those. When we can pause before that energy lashes out, when we feel it rise. This is what mindfulness is about, and understanding our patterns is about, because then we can start to feel it rise and we go, whoa, that moment completely changed my posture, the tension in my body, the peace or not in my brain. Like, do you see how much control that outer situation seemed to have on me? And this was why I started doing this work, because I didn't like the idea of being out of control and also had been hurt, right, by people saying, well, I didn't have any control of myself. I just did that because I was angry. So can't you forgive me? And I go, why can't we do better instead of just continuing to do that same thing over and over every time and asking for forgiveness? Don't we want to realign so we aren't the kind of person who has to ask for forgiveness every time we lose our cool? That was my thing. I didn't want to be puppeted by some unconscious programming. Hey, Mud. Sorry, for some reason I'm having trouble with your name this morning. Hey, Fred. Gratitude. This is so deep. Thank you. I'm in love. It's so obvious you are in love. Oh, I love you, friend. Honestly, I'll tell you the truth, as those of you who've been around a while have heard, right? This is information that I've been gathering all of my life, from receiving my family's lineage of energy work as a kid, to going to college and other workshops and things like that outside of it, to understand human development and wellness across the lifespan, trying all these different angles to look at the human thing, to understand why we do what we do and how to align ourselves, right? I did it for me. I did it so that I could heal, because I was really out of balance. And that statement from my mother of like, if you create an enemy of yourself, that's a battle you will fight every day. And I didn't want to fight that war. I didn't want to be at war with myself every day, all my life. And I wanted to find that peace inside of myself. And yeah, there's religious ways or other doctrine ways to do that. But at this intersection between what we understand in psychology and in science, as well as the wisdom from, way back as far as 1500 BC, we have information about the energy body and about how it operates and how to bring it into alignment. But even having that information, I stored it here, as we often do. I stored it here in my backpack, right? As we often do, carrying things around. But I didn't consume it in a way that was integrating it. I was still operating in ego. I had the information and I thought that's all I needed. And I wasn't putting it as much into practice. I had the information and I thought that's all I needed. And I wasn't putting it as much into practice. And so while I had the information, I was still operating in my own imbalances and ego that was consistently triggering me again and again and again into, or allowing me to walk into situations that were so unhealthy for me. And I thought, this isn't even working, right? I have the information. Why is it not working? Because it was about putting it into practice. It was about showing up for myself in the smallest ways. Not the huge things. I went to cool workshops. I traveled the world. I fucking went to school and did all of this awesome shit, right? I was like, as soon as I do that big thing, then I'll be fine. Then I'll be healed. Then I'll be better, right? And until then, it's just gonna be utter chaos. How wrong I was. How whatever I was is almost laughable now. But it nearly took my life, because I was operating in some unconscious place of ego, of holding this stuff without really using it. And it's only been the last 4 years now that I have really started putting it into practice, and the changes, the shifts, the profound healing that I have received through doing that, through putting these things into not big sweeping practices, but the little tiny moments of awareness, like when I'm in the car and someone cuts me off and road rage wants to protect me, right? Instead of letting that pattern happen again, now I have gathered the awareness, I've practiced and understand the presence to go, ooh, wow, hi, anger. And instead of meeting it with frustration and getting upset that I'm upset, right? Or getting annoyed that I'm upset. One of my favorite analogies, what happened to my cup's handle? I'm not always a gentle person. So it broke. And I have a really cool cast iron sink, which breaks dishes. Maybe that's why they switched to the metal sinks. Moment by moment. Present in the moment. Anxiety. That's it. So many of us struggle with anxiety. I always really like this analogy. It used to be when I would, let's say, head to the grocery store, right? And I parked in the parking lot and I went to get out, and suddenly anxiety gripped me, right? Usually that was great. Thanks, anxiety. Now you screwed up my day. Now I've got to go in the grocery store, or screw it, I can't do it anymore. Okay, well, I guess we're just having anxiety and going home, right? We get to these extremes and we get really annoyed or frustrated by our situation when things like anger or anxiety or sadness or fear come up within us, because we don't want to feel bad. We don't want to feel misaligned. We don't want to feel anxious. So we judge ourselves, right? Or we feel shame about it. But instead, these tools in these past 4 years, this understanding has allowed me to turn to anxiety as if it's my friend in the passenger seat. Because how would I treat my friend in the passenger seat who suddenly went, I can't go in there? What? Why? Are you okay? No, I'm not okay. What if I meet somebody I don't want to see in there? What if I don't have, what if my bank card gets declined for no reason? I know I have money in the bank, but what if it doesn't work and I look like I don't? What if I can't find the thing I'm looking for and I really wanted that piece of chocolate cake that they had last week, but they might be out, right? Whatever it is, if this was my friend, I would turn to them and I would listen with compassion, with empathy, with an open heart, and want to reach over to them and hold them and say, hey, guess what? We don't even have to go to the store. You know what? It's not really that important. Why don't we go sit in the park for a minute? Or you know what? Let's go grab a coffee first so we have something to hold on to, like a little security blanket. Or I'll be here with you. And if you get scared, you can hold my hand. You might think, that's silly because it's just an emotion. Obviously, you can't hold your hand with your emotion, but you can. Just that little conversation, just that little moment of awareness and presence with myself when anxiety comes up is more powerful than anything I've ever done. And I've tried a lot because I'm riddled with CPTSD and to such a degree that I now have chronic conditions because of living in such a state of tension all the time, trying to protect my heart, protect my body, living in fear, running so fast through life because I thought if I just could get there, then I'd be safe. That's a ton of stress. And it wears on your body, it wears on your mind, it wears on everything. Madrid, have I mastered my awareness where it's easier for you to manage your emotions? Yes, absolutely. I struggle with the term mastered, but that's my own, again, imbalance or sense of self, because I'm still learning, because it's not about mastering. For me, it's not about mastering it. For me, it's just about being present. And the more present I can be, the more opportunity I have to meet myself with honesty, and the more opportunity I have to meet the world with honesty, right? To truly see what's happening around me. If I'm actually present, I'm going to hear more of what my son has to say. I'm going to see the birds flying across in the sky, right? You know those moments where you are completely absorbed by what you're experiencing. Let's say you're an artist and you're painting, right? Or you're out in the water surfing, or you're playing a game or a sport, or you're doing a thing that you love, or you're spending time with friends and time just seems to move differently because you are totally present and absorbed in that experience, right? That's about your awareness. Where is your attention when you are completely absorbed in those experiences, but right here, right now? And ultimately, that's actually all there is, right? When we talk about presence in the present moment is being a gift and being all there is because our awareness, where it truly is, our attention, our awareness, our sense of self, this is where I am. I am no longer a 5-year-old. I'm no longer in 5 minutes ago, right? This is the only place that I can really give my true attention to. You can give your attention to the past, but it's not quite the same degree of awareness because that's not here anymore. And the reality is, how does your brain store memory? Whether it was a dream, a movie you watched, somebody else's experience, you saw a story, somebody told you about what happened. All these things get stored in the same way, in the same space in the brain. They're retrieved similarly. It's why you and somebody else who went through the same experience might remember it totally differently. My sister and I had one of those experiences where I was like, no, it was me that did the thing. She was like, no, it was me that did the thing. And we're like, what the hell? How could that even be? No way. But we were both absolutely positive that it was me who did the thing, right? Each of us was like, because the brain is not going to store every single detail of everything in the past perfectly. It's not what it does. And the future, it's undetermined. It's not even guaranteed. But we spend so much time toiling in the future, worrying about the future, trying to create and fix the future before it happens, right? Trying to avoid the future before it happens. And then trying to pull up the past, or allowing the past to pull us out of the present moment. Any of those things are pulling us out of the present moment. Am I saying it's no good? You should never think about your past and you should never think about your future? No, of course not. I'm not one of those kind of people, right? I'm a lot more flexible and fluid with such things. Like, sure, spend some time in the past, spend some time in the future and whatnot. But if you want to meet yourself, if you want to see yourself, if you want to get into where those patterns are happening, they're right here, right now. They aren't anywhere else anymore. Right here, right now. And that's what I said earlier. Remember, everything you need for your healing is right here, right now. If it's from the past, it's in your energy. And if it's in the future, it hasn't even happened yet. And as we may know, right, one tiny step now can be a massive difference in our path in the future. Right? I'm here, centered. Can be a massive difference in our path in the future, right? I'm here, centered. And I go forward this way, I'm going to go here. If I take just a little over this way, where do I go? After a long while, I'm way far, aren't I? That's a much bigger difference. It's just basic geometry. Right? Or physics or something. I don't know. So those little moments in the here and now are the ones that make the huge difference in the future. They don't feel like they're making a huge difference now. In that little moment when road rage comes up or anxiety comes up and you go, whew, hi. Hey, road rage, it's not time for you to drive. I've got this. Look, we are safe. Let's slow down a little bit and we'll get away from that person who's driving crazy. That's a very different experience than me going, screw you, and riding up their butt and like tailgating them for a while and making sure, all of that is going to reinstill the pattern into my system. The more times I let anger drive, the more pushy anger is going to be about driving, because for all of this time, the more times I let anger drive, the more pushy anger is going to be about driving, because for all of this time, I've let anger drive when anger shows up. When anger knocks on the door, anger comes in, right? But I can't just turn around and say, stop, when this pattern is so powerful. Again, it's hard to control our minds with the conscious mind because it's not about control. It's about finding alignment. It's about releasing judgment and shame and cultivating willingness and curiosity, because then we can receive. If you show up like this, shame, guilt, blame, control, any of this, to the emotional self within, to the energetic self, you're not gonna, your defenses are gonna pop up. Your defenses are gonna keep defending you, right? I missed some comments here. You're very welcome, gratitude for sharing. Life is about being present and learning every day. Yes. Right? And I also say we always have our own path. Fuzzy Zombie, you were called to do a reading earlier, and this is exactly what came up. Nice. Universal echo, echo, echo. Fuzzy, you say, find the truth of who you are and heal and honoring yourself. That was your reading, right? Finding the truth of who you are. Sometimes I feel like that seems like such a big task. how do I discover my truth, who I truly am? How do I discover my purpose, right? These things seem like such big, daunting. How do I become enlightened? Oh my God, that's like so far away, right? It's right here. It's right here. My truth is not in my future. My truth is not somewhere buried in my past. My truth is right here. And my truth is being protected by my allies. If my truth was not allowed to be spoken when I was young, or if my truth was not allowed to be expressed in some way, or if my truth was not allowed to be seen in some way, then my defenses are going to hide that. My truth is magical. My truth is fragile. My truth is precious, very valuable. It is my gift to the world. It is my unique song that nobody else gets to sing. It's my magic, right? Just like yours is. And it's unique unto you. And it's a gift that we must protect, that we must care for, we must cultivate. And our systems keep it safe while we're unconscious. And we're little babies and all squishy and absorbing everything, right? Our system's like, how safe is it to be me? Oh, not so safe to be me when I'm 2? Okay, well, let me change my energy so that I can adjust to my environment to keep myself safe. Oh, not safe to be me when I'm 7? Okay, well, let my energy body adjust so that I can keep myself safe, right? When we look at it that way, we realize we are literally carrying our allies. All of the ego, the energy patterns, the emotional triggers are all actually my allies. They're defending me. This is my crew protecting me when I was relatively unconscious. Fuzzy zombie, illusions are very desirous. Madre, you think that mastery comes when we are existing in the now? Yeah, I would say that. I say that I would call myself a master when I can like maintain that presence in the now, because I'm not yet. I'm still doing this work along with you guys. You know, the reason I show up like this and teach like this is not because I'm your guru and I'm trying to get you to do what I say when I say it, right? I'm not your guru. In fact, please, you are your guru. I had to find my inner guru because I ran around trying to find all the gurus outside of me who had all the answers. And I found lots of information. But again, it wasn't until I allowed my guru, my inner guru, to sort through that information, to process that information. My favorite way to look at that is if I'm in meditation, and no matter how wise and masterful your guru is, if your guru says, close your eyes and focus all of your attention on the tip of your nose. Who does that? Your guru? Outside? You have a person sitting next to you, elbowing you? Hey, come on. No, it's you. It's that somebody inside of you that is able to go, okay, nose, everything on the nose, everything on the nose. And for a while, that may be a little bit of ego. For a while, that may be the self-talk. For a while, that may be your energy trying to control the situation. But the more you do that, the more you will begin to align yourself with the inner guru who really goes, we know how to do this. Let's do this. It's that inner guru that says, I'm going to get up earlier because I want to make this change. It's that inner guru that says, hey, come on, let's get up. And it's that ego or the triggers or the imbalances or the patterns that say, no, I don't want to. I'm going to stay in bed until 2 o'clock in the afternoon because I don't feel like it. And the world sucks. Until 2 o'clock in the afternoon because I don't feel like it. And the world sucks. So which one do you give more power to? Which one do you feed? Which one do you say, oh, I want to listen to that guy? Gratitude, well said. It is our perception of the world that is from our experience of the world. Yes. And this is what we mean when we talk about manifestation, or we talk about how we create our reality. We create our reality because of the lenses that we are looking through, the beliefs that we have patterned into our realities. So the way you see the world and the way I see the world can be very, 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 very different, even if we've had very similar experiences. Cade, so you reprogram your anger to chill out? Kind of, but I don't force it to chill out. Let me give an example for that, and then I'll catch up on the comments here. I'm asking anger to take the passenger seat, right? I'm not going to meet myself with so much judgment or blame, right? Because that's going to keep perpetuating it. I'm not going to try to control so much every aspect of the anger, because the reality is it exists. It's real. It's very fucking real when you feel it clench your jaw and furrow your brow and get hot in your belly and the knot in your throat. That's real. And as soon as we go, that it's just whatever, and we try to dismiss it, then we're also negating it. We're also going to perpetuate that pattern. Same way as if we allow it to take control and do the thing. And so what I'm talking about is instead being present with it, being curious and willing, and saying, oh, interesting how my jaw clenches up. Interesting, I feel anger as heat in my belly. Interesting, it made me grip the steering wheel a lot harder, right? Interesting, there's all of this stuff saying in the back of my head. Where is that coming from, right? Meeting it with curiosity and maybe even a little playfulness if you can muster it, right? We can't always muster it. Sometimes the best I can do is to say, I've got the wheel, and to let anger sit right behind me and just bitch. Like sometimes it does for miles, right? You know how that happens, right? You'll be driving, somebody does the thing and you think it's all gone. And then like 20 minutes later in your drive, you think about that person again. You're like, what the heck? They're not even here. That's the bubbles. That's the gas. That's anger coming up and saying, will you let me drive? Will you let me drive? Will you let me drive? Because I'm a petulant child. Because all those patterns are born down here in the not so wise self, but in the reactivity, in the I'm going to get things done interaction. Not the most wise, not the most aligned, maybe not the smartest, not the most mature, because we weren't when we were in those younger stages of life. And so it's a lot like children getting up and saying, will you let me drive? And I'm the parent, or I like to say the first mate to my higher self, to captain, right? So I say, actually, anger, when I do let you drive, you crash the car, or you get us in trouble, or you hurt my relationships, or the people I care about. So because of that, I become the responsible first mate that says, you know what? It's my job to manage my crew that is not the wisest, but also needs to figure out where it needs to be. Because that energy of anger, again, is trying to defend me. And that's a very valuable energy. Thank you. Thank you for trying to defend me. But I promise you that flipping off the other driver and yelling at them is not actually the way to defend me, right? We have to upgrade those things. So it's over time, and it's not by force or control. Drag a puzzle piece. I love how they detect inactivity while I'm sitting here talking. Animated. Yeah, okay, so let me catch up a little bit on comments. Karen, fantastic question. How does one deal with irritability towards others? Same thing. Same practice. Being present with it and recognizing that it comes from within me, right? We like to accuse others and we say that we're justified in behaving that way because somebody else did something, but that's just you letting somebody puppet you. That's you letting somebody poke your buttons, and then you're like, oh, how could you? It's your responsibility to manage your buttons. It's your responsibility to learn where those triggers are. They're in your system. Nobody else can actually access them but you, which is why it's your responsibility. No one can make you do anything. And if someone else's behavior is causing a kind of reaction that forces you to behave a certain way that you don't like, that is you, boo. And it was a really hard thing. It was a really hard thing, and a lot of times it's something that holds us back from doing this work because we don't want to face it. We don't want to take responsibility for it, and we want to say, nope, I'm just justified in being an asshole. When somebody's rude to me, I'm gonna fucking be rude back. Heh. But you just keep ending up in the same situations over and over and over again. I mean, if you like that, then for all means, do it. Like, if you want to go through those energy patterns again and again, and that's fun for you in your life, my friend, it's your life to live, right? That's why I'm saying I'm not here to force you to tell you to do anything that you have to. You don't have to. You can spend your entire life operating from some unconscious place, letting the world and other people puppet you around and cause you to have these different reactions. And you can feel justified, and you can live and breathe for the rest of your life like that. And there will be a lesson in there. You will learn something whether you choose to or not. You will learn things through living like that. I just chose not to, because that's, for me, it caused physical problems. Like I said, I have chronic issues now because of those things. Yes, my son?
I have a gross taste in my mouth. I don't know what it's from.
I'm so sorry. Make yourself some tea? Maybe? Have a little bit of the Manuka honey? Maybe? Have some water? Eat an apple? Apples are nature's toothbrush. Let that kitty eat its breakfast, please, sir.
Just petting him.
I know, but let him eat his breakfast, please. Thank you. Okay. All right. Dude, bro, people that mask don't like authenticity. No, because usually it's a mirror for their masking, right? When we see somebody experimenting or being in authenticity and not being triggered not being triggered by the way that they poke and do these other things, that means they don't have control over you. This is the biggest problem with authenticity, is when you find your personal power, other people don't have control over you. And in a system where a lot of us are taught that we are supposed to control the situation, or in systems, larger systems that are intended to control us, to resource our, to use our resources, our energy and our attention and all these things, right? Yeah. Thank you guys for the follows. And all the gifts. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Byron. My truth was denied. To keep myself, I denied my truth, but as an adult, I finally owned it. Sometimes we have to. Sometimes it's just that simple. Sometimes to protect our truth, the precious truth that was in a situation where it's not safe to be ourselves, we have to mask. We have to gather these egos up to protect ourselves. And that's why I always say ego is not your enemy. It's your ally. Your emotional triggers are not your enemies. They're your allies. They're not fucking you up. They're showing you where you need alignment, where you need healing. It's your check engine light. I'm catching up on comments here. What? Thank you. I like my analogies. They really help. I'm a storyteller. I'm a really visual person, right? And so the things that have been most profound for me, I see oftentimes in an image or in a story that plays out in my head, like the pirates. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Here, I'll give you one of my favorite analogies for our 4 pillars of mindfulness. These are the pillars that guide me through this work every day. Alex, I spent most of my life fawning, so the occasional clapback feels immensely empowering. Exactly. That's your system trying to find balance. Similarly, and that's what we're talking about, wounded chakra. Exactly. That's your system trying to find balance. Similarly, and that's what we're talking about, wounded chakras, right? So we're talking about the solar plexus this month. I know we're talking about bigger things in the energy body and our energy patterns right now because it's really important. But specifically, we're talking about the solar plexus this month. When I had learned that I'm not allowed to have control, right? I'm not allowed to be in control in the situation. I shouldn't be too loud. Children are meant to be seen and not heard. Girls are meant to be nice and not aggressive, right? Those sorts of things, the messages that we get. So it teaches me to keep myself small. There's my energy here in my solar plexus going concave, and it has to go somewhere. So where is it going to go? Oh, I learned that being super helpful and kind and giving all of my things away and taking care of other people's needs first before mine, right? Ooh, now I'm a fawner. Now I'm going to give away all my power and believe that I don't deserve any of it. However, this energy, because my body is not safe and happy in this is not balance. What happens? right? Or so that may for me manifest in my voice. I may be giving and giving and giving and accepting and accepting and accepting and forgiving and forgiving and forgiving. And then suddenly I come out with a sharp tongue and blah, 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 nope, we're done. Boom. Suddenly there's a boundary nobody expected, right? That's not balance. That's me allowing people to come way too far into my energy, take way too much out of me, and then I get angry at them. Does it mean that I shouldn't get angry at them? It still isn't fair for people to take too much from you. That's still their own imbalance as well, right? And we can set boundaries and we can say those things. Hey, you know what? I recognize that this relationship is totally out of balance. I get you want to control the situation to such a degree that I feel like I'm not allowed, and then eventually feel like I have to suddenly defend myself, right? Because I've been so giving. But whose responsibility is that to move forward and to heal that pattern? That's you. It's nobody else's job to fix that. And you can keep operating in that fawning place and keep wondering why people are siphoning your energy off, because you're literally a fountain of it. And people who don't know how to get their energy from source and open those channels are looking for that. We end up in toxic relationships because of these imbalances, because we think, oh, he's my perfect other half. She completes me, right? Or she's my better half, or whatever the heck that we tell ourselves. And we end up just perpetuating the same imbalances for the rest of our fucking lives together. It's actually an opportunity to bring each other into balance. This is why twin flame relationships can be so tumultuous, but also so healing if you are willing to take that mirror as such. The alarm system is so subtle. And if you guys want a really great way, Byron, sorry, I was getting off on the thing. I'm going to pin you here. If you guys want a really great way to help settle your system and bring your system into balance without having to go through any like a lot of the mind work or a lot of the figuring out, sometimes we like get really lost in looking for answers. Byron does tapping, and tapping is a really fantastic resource. It's not one that I teach, but I highly value it and highly recommend it. Follow Byron, the tapping point here. He's pinned at the top. Thank you, Jacob. Loving the hula hoop videos lately. Well, hula hooping is a fantastic way to realign your lower chakras, your root chakra, your solar plexus, and your sacral chakra down here. If you are, most of us are out of balance in those lower chakras because our culture does it on purpose. So any sort of lower work, whether it be grounding work, right, or movement work, flexibility work, sense of being able to be like do what you want and be authentic in your expression kind of thing, creating the space for that. These are really important things to heal these lower chakras. That's why I do the hula hoops. Thank you, Moses. Love you too. Thanks, Slice. Welcome in. Is it aqua blue? No, it's not intended to be aqua blue. It's just, oh, it's because I have a green thing out there on my deck, and so the light is coming in. Gratitude. I'm learning to set boundaries. My focus is self-love. I love the book The Missing Piece meets the big, oh, heck yeah. Isn't that Shel Silverstein? Was it Shel Silverstein who did The Missing Piece book? Oh, ow, ow. I got my feet stuck by sitting on them in the wrong position. Hold on, let me readjust. Oof. Xander, hello. Master Michelle, love and light from Florida. I used to live in Florida. All right. So we talked a lot of stuff. About our energy body, about these patterns, about the way the patterns get worked into our system, about the way the patterns manifest in our lives, right? In our relationships. And these patterns also manifest, right? Because we are not it's always micro macro. We are not completely isolated unto ourselves. What happens within our system also happens in the collective, and also happens what happens in the universe also happens within our system, right? The patterns, the structures in the entire universe are also the same structures and patterns within our systems, same energetically. The chakras are have different colors associated with them. Are these just arbitrary colors that have been like assigned to them? No, it's because we actually have that frequency, the same frequency. When you look at the rainbow in the sky, that color yellow, that is a frequency that vibrates through the molecules to make it that aspect, right? Make it look like that. That's the same energy, same alignment that comes through this area in my system. And yes, it's measurable. Yes, we actually have the tools to measure and see, perceive the aura, the energy body, and we can even measure our toroidal field, right? We are actually generators of this electromagnetic energy, right? Where does that energy come from? Remember how I said earlier, we have a finite amount in our systems? Because it is generated from within our system. And there's a difference between my energy versus universal energy versus source energy. So when we talk about being aligned and open and clear and being grounded and connected and those sorts of things, we're talking about our connection to the larger energy cycles, larger energy sources that actually fuel us, right? So let's put this into science, not into metaphysics. Bring it down into the physical world. Because a lot of people want to say energy is a bunch of baloney because they can't perceive it, because it's not as tangible as the physical world. We're taught to work in the physical, tangible, hammer and nail kind of world. And that's not how you address the energy body. And that's not how the energy system works. Quantum, yes, in quantum mechanics, quantum science, we're learning a lot about these things. Gratitude. How can I get a measurement of my energy? I'm so interested in that. So I don't know I don't know the names of the tools. You can look up, I know that the Heart Math Institute, I don't know the names of the tools. You can look up, I know that the Heart Math Institute, does such things. I know that the Maharishi International School in Illinois has a really amazing facility that they are doing testing with, all the probes and the things on you, and they're testing how mindfulness is affecting those things in their meditation. The Maharishi Institute is the source of the transcendental meditation practice, which is a really powerful practice. In my opinion, not the end-all be-all. I'm a practitioner of it, but I encourage you to explore those opportunities if you want to go get those measured. Those are the only two places that I know for sure that they would, if you were to get in and try to, get that measured. But you can also go to people who read auras. There are machines that you can get that they're very expensive, of course. But occasionally you find somebody who will do a picture of your aura. I should go find mine, because I had mine done several years ago. It is absolutely all connected. But gratitude, and anybody else who's interested in learning about your energy patterns and measuring your energy, learning how to measure your energy yourself, because I'm in the business more of teaching you how to measure it yourself, right? Than trying to go get some expensive stuff or go buy my expensive thing or whatever the heck, right? I have it's called the Inner Light Map. And it's a 4 different pages of a PDF. It's in my Patreon shop, link in my bio, that it has a page for writing down the details of your day, like how much sleep you've had, how much water you've had, what your intentions and your affirmations are for the day, how you're feeling, and these kinds of things. You can use your words on one page. The next page has a outline of all 4 sides of the body, front, back, and both sides. And that page is for you to start to draw how you perceive your energy. And if you're like, oh my God, that sounds totally daunting. How the hell am I supposed to draw what my energy looks like? Give yourself permission to play. Give yourself permission to be present, and you will discover you know so much more about your energy than you already thought you did. We are just taught here in the West to ignore that entirely. We're taught to overlook those patterns, or believe, again, to be justified, that we're totally justified in fighting back somebody who says something nasty to us, and then we say something nasty back. Like, that's totally acceptable. And see, in fact, it's fucking celebrated in some circles, right? To be that kind of to have that kind of energy. Something was crawling on my leg. It's a spider. Okay, so if you want to practice keeping track of your own, you can either go grab that inner light map. It's just $5. I try to keep everything really accessible because I don't, or you can just grab a journal, or you can just draw it for yourself. Like, yeah. So, one of the best ways, this was what I was going for. I want to tell you the analogy. Right? We're talking about analogies, and I want to tell you the analogy that has been such a really important tool for learning how to be present and learning why it's important to be present, right? So I use the analogy here of my intention, my attention, curiosity, and willingness, all being parts of this analogy, of this image here. So my intention is like a carrot on the stick, right? It's my intention is what I'm going to do, what I set out to do. So my intention becomes my guiding light. It's my North Star. I hang it out in the sky above me, or I hang it out in front of me during my day or in my lifetime, right? Depending on what these intentions are. Sometimes they're just here in the moment. Sometimes they're way out there. So I hang my intention out in front of me. And if my attention is on my intention, then I'm going to stay focused on where I intend to go. Yes? Now, if my attention wanders away from my intention, I'm not going to get there as directly, right? And I may even end up in a totally different situation. But my attention is no longer on my intention. So my attention becomes my compass. Where my attention is, if it's misaligned with my intention, I'm not going to have the full experience. Okay, so another example of this is driving down the road, especially on a familiar road, and you are thinking about all the frustrating things that may or may not happen when you get home because you've been arguing with your partner, right? And so all the way home, there's this anxiety. Your brain is trying to go through all the arguments and all the things and what to do in case things happen. So that's at least how mine works. You get home, and as you pull into your driveway, you suddenly go, oh shit, I didn't see the last 5 blocks. Holy moly. You ever done that? That your attention was so absorbed in somewhere else that you completely missed the physical reality right in front of you. That is how you manifest your reality. That is how you manipulate your reality. Where your attention is compared to the present moment is directly related to how much of the present moment you're actually going to experience. And how much the present moment is, what the present moment's going to feel like. Because if I'm in there doing dishes and my intention is just to get the dishes done and all of my attention is on the dishes, on the smell of the soap, on the feeling of it, of the dishes being rough or smooth, right? On the sounds of the water and the dishes clanking in the sink, or my handle of my mug breaking, these little things. That is my attention being completely focused, absorbed by my intention. And my experience is going to be quite different than if I'm doing my dishes and I'm thinking about all of the times where nobody helped me with dishes. And here I am doing the fucking dishes again by myself, and I really wish that this was not the fucking situation. How is my experience of those dishes going to be? I just created my reality. I just manifested my reality and my experience of my reality with it. And then also my memory of that reality. Because what am I gonna remember about doing the dishes? About how often I do them by myself. And that's gonna write the programming and the beliefs for how I talk to myself, how I interact with the situation, and what I believe about other people. Long enough, I'm gonna stop trusting anybody to help me at all. Or I'm going to start really feeling like I'm desperate for help. Because I'm literally writing that pattern in. I'm reinforcing that pattern every time I do that. My intention is my North Star. It's where I'm headed. It's my attention, wherever that is, that either keeps me aligned with that and allows me to meet that experience with curiosity and willingness, or if I'm over here and meeting that intention instead with frustration, shame, guilt, blame, some past story that we get involved in. Glitterby, so every time I say something about how I do other people's dishes makes the dishes more onerous. Yes and no, right? Because we were talking earlier about the example of road rage, right? Frustration, anger when it comes up. Am I meant to shut it down completely? No. Because if I try to use force to push it away, it's going to push back. It's trying to keep me safe and defend me. It actually has a purpose that it's trying to express. And if I try to fight it, I'm creating an enemy of myself. I create a battle with myself, and I will constantly fight that battle with myself. We know that with like, with our emotional patterns, right? When these patterns keep patterning within us, we're like, these create battles, these create fucking wars that I keep fighting with my anxiety or what have you. Remember, it's not the big sweeping motions. It's the tiny little things. The magic for me was not in being loving. It was not in being accepting. It was not in being forgiving. The most profound tool was in simply showing up with curiosity and willingness. I go to do the dishes, and I start by being curious and willing to see the present moment, to do the dishes, to start to use the soap, right? I'm curious, I'm willing, okay, let's see if we can do this without it causing my shoulders to go up like this and my jaw to go up like this, or me to cry, or me to start yelling at somebody, right? Like all those things can do the thing. So then as I'm doing my dishes, when that memory pops up or that voice pops up, meet it with curiosity and willingness. I hear you. Yeah, you're right. We have done the dishes on our own. Without the, yes, you're right. We always do the dishes. Nobody else ever helps us. What are those? Those are extremes. That's how we know we're triggered, right? Those are exaggerations. They are bigger, larger than life, like children do. They're immature ways of looking at the situation rather than acknowledging, sure, maybe we do a lot more dishes than the other people we know, but it doesn't mean we have always, ever, no one has never helped us, right? So those are those little ways that we can recognize this is an emotional trigger and not my higher self or a wiser part of me having discussion with me, right? If it's exaggerated like that, you're most always talking about a triggered old pattern that is asking to be released, asking to be processed. So when they come up, treat them like the little kid that they are. Hey, I know you're frustrated, and I know you've been doing a lot of dishes. Good job. My God, I know you're frustrated, and I know you've been doing a lot of dishes. Good job. My gosh, that must be a lot of work. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Treat it like a friend who just came to you and said, I feel like I am always doing everything on my own and no one helps me. How would you treat that friend? Would you tell them to shut the hell up and be like, oh my God, you complain so much? Or would you go, yeah, screw everybody. You're a victim. Shit, that sucks. Yeah, maybe. And somewhere in between is this really nice space where we can actually show up with maybe some compassion. Hey, Vada. Maybe some love, right? If we can muster it. And if we can't muster it, sometimes those big energies are so scary, so difficult that we can't be kind to them. We're afraid of them, or we are just really freaking frustrated and we don't feel like being kind to ourselves. We don't feel like setting that boundary or having that discussion. It's up to you to have that experience. What experience do you want to have? There are some moments where, yep, I still bitch at the other driver on the road. I let road rage bitch and say the things it wants to say, but I'm not going to let road rage tailgate the person anymore, right? This is how I start to master myself. This is how I start to become a truly wise first mate to my higher self, to my captain, to the wise, because the captain, my spiritual higher self, my guides, right? This energy up here, it has the maps, right? The universe knows where the universe is going. There is a flow to this, right? And the higher self, these energies that we can access through these higher states of consciousness, super conscious spaces, they've been around the block. They have access to more information than we do right here. And so I always say, this is, my captain has the maps. My captain knows how to navigate. My captain knows how to read the stars. I don't need to have to know all of the highest of information. As long as I can be present with me now, I can receive the wisdom from those higher places. You don't go and you don't fight. It's like the story of the monk going, or the seeker going to the monk, and the monk, he wants to learn, and the monk says, well, what do you know already? And he gives him hours and hours of all the information that he already knows. And the monk goes, oh, well, you already know it. You already know everything. So there's nothing I can teach you. Was that because the information that the seeker had was wrong? No, but it was because he came with a full vessel rather than with open hands. He said, here, let me give you my information. Here, see what I have, look how cool. Versus saying, I'm willing to receive. I'm curious about what you have. The more we discover, the more we learn, the more we realize that we don't know. And hopefully, eventually, we release the need to know absolutely everything, because ultimately we can't. And that's where we start to build trust in the universe, and trust in our guidance, and trust in the flow of where things are headed. Because when we show up with curiosity and willingness, we remain flexible. When a storm blows through, if we're curious and willing, we're going to figure out what's going to happen. If we're present, we're going to do what we need to do here in the moment. But if a storm blows through and I immediately think of every other storm that's happened in the past, I'm no longer present with this storm. I'm expecting it to be like the other storms. And I may make that storm even bigger, because I'm adding all my past storms to the now storm. Yes, gratitude, it needs to be applied, not learned. And that's what I say, what I've been saying too about, I went and gathered all this information for all these years, but I was not applying it. I was not putting it into practice in a way that was actually, I was not meeting it with curiosity and willingness. I was showing up with ego and arrogance and saying, here's all the things I know. Here's all the things I know. Here's all the things I know, which is a little bit like what I'm doing here. Here's all the things I know. But now I'm sharing it from a perspective of, I've learned how to meet it with curiosity and willingness. Instead of throwing all the things I know at every situation, I went to school intentionally, to be a better parent. Because I knew I wanted to have kids, and I knew that the way I grew up was not conducive to me being a healthy human. And I didn't want to repeat what my parents had done to me, right? So I intentionally went to do those things. But in any situation where my son and I are having discord, right? Things aren't working well, we're in an argument or something gets triggered or whatnot, that information can be useful. But if I try to throw the information at the situation, it's not going to really help as much as if I meet the situation with curiosity and willingness, because the situation here and now is unique to here and now. It's not going to fit perfectly in any box that I learned from school. It's not going to check all the things, right, that I learned from my education. The most important piece of parenting sometimes is showing up with curiosity and willingness, and just being willing to be present with whatever's going on. Our kids are really good examples of our emotional triggers, or the things that go on within us that are so intense that we're like, whoa, are you okay, child? Why are you screaming? And if I'm triggered by that amount of energy or that expression of energy, how do I then meet my trigger as well as theirs? It takes a lot of presence. Info without application, almost worse. It was almost worse, actually. I thought I was so freaking wise, and I ran myself into so many stupid situations that I nearly lost my blessed life. Gratitude. The universe shared with me, love transcends fear. I like to think of love as the vibration that goes through the entire universe. That's source energy. That's everything. Love is always available to us if we can show up with curiosity and willingness. Here is love. Is the universal expression, the universal experience of love. What does fear do? There's nothing to receive. Fear closes us off. Fear protects us. Fear tries to keep us safe. but it's very difficult to receive anything when all my doors are closed. And sometimes that's appropriate. Sometimes that's necessary to go, nope. And a lot of times there's maybe a little more room that we can create in there. Healthy boundaries, right, is not about fear. It's about healthy boundaries. It's about creating a safe container for me so that fear doesn't have to jump up with armor and weapons and be like, ah! Glitterbee, will this be posted for a replay? Hey, Britta. Yes, we are. Technically, the YouTube is still on, but I think it was buffering before. So I try to repost the Saturday classes and keep them on YouTube. However, I now have a membership level for the replays. And so if you already have a membership but don't have access for the replays, and so if you already have a membership but don't have access to those replays, please reach out to me. I'll give you the link. Usually when you get your membership, any level of membership, it'll give you the link through Patreon. But sometimes those things get missed. I have them all through a membership, again, just as another way for me to try to make sure that I am receiving something for the things that I am giving out for free. I really love giving these things and talking about these things and answering these questions. And so if you're here during the live and interacting, right, you get that just by the grace of being here. If you want to go through the past classes and go deeper into those things, then I do ask that you offer something in exchange. And I think that's like $11 a month for all of the last 3 years of classes. Gratitude. I used to be a fighter. I realized what I resist persists, and now I show love. I want to yes, and we live in a culture that a lot of times gives us this imbalance that says you are either a fighter or a lover. You can't be both. But in reality, a balanced system has a grounded and powerful sense of self and authenticity, right? And operates in that authentic truth. And sometimes that requires us to get a little louder. Sometimes that requires us to be more stern or to be a little bit, to take control of the situation, right? If my ship is going through a storm, we're headed for the rocks. If somebody is firing cannons at my ship, it's my responsibility to move my firing cannons at my ship. It's my responsibility to move my fucking ship out of the way. I'm not going to sit in the water and go, but I love you. Oops. Relatable. Throwing cannons at me, coming on and taking over my ship and taking everything out of my ship and going, but I love you. Why would you take everything from my ship? Because you're not protecting your ship. Because you're letting anybody come and take shit from your ship and do whatever they want to your ship. So learning that balance and learning to be fully present with what's actually necessary in the moment, rather than operating from our expectations of, I'm supposed to be loving all the time. Even the all love and light versus all fight and gloom and doom, right? Here, now, present, ready, and willing to ride those waves. I like to say it about roots like an oak with branches like a willow. When those storms come, when things move through our life, we've got to learn to be flexible. And this is flexibility. This is fluidity, because I can move much more freely. If I am rigid and I am tense and I'm doing this, I am very limited in my motion, right? And in my ability to be martial arts is a really great example of this. If I'm getting into, I'm getting ready to, I did Taekwondo for several years. So, I'm getting ready to go into the ring. I can't be rigid. I did Taekwondo for several years. So, I'm getting ready to go into the ring. I can't be rigid. If my body is rigid and stiff, the first little punch or kick somebody gives me, I'm going down. I have to be light on my toes, keeping my knees bent, right? My shoulders are down and relaxed, right? Yes, I have my fist, but I'm not squeezing my fist so my, fingernails are cutting holes in those. No. We have a sense of flexibility. We have a sense of fluidity, of movement, right? Of space in between the places of tension, because we are ready and willing and curious. If I wasn't curious about what was coming, I would create the expectation for what was coming, and then I would miss the actual punch that came because I thought they were going to use their left hand and not their right. That's how, again, how we create and set ourselves up in our reality. Gratitude, stay open to people who I truly don't understand. Be open and curious. So there's a line from a song that I really love, and she says, strangers are just friends I haven't met. Enemies are friends I haven't understood yet. That's all. That's just the whole thing. And that'll sometimes play in my head when I'm finding myself frustrated with or fearful of a stranger, or frustrated with a friend or somebody I know, right? I just remember, again, strangers are just friends I haven't met. They're opportunities, right? To receive something, to connect with somebody. And enemies are just friends I haven't understood, and energies I haven't understood, and I don't know how to work with, or I don't know how to align with. And maybe that's okay. Maybe I'm not aligned with those energies, and it's okay for me to move my ship out of that bay, right? Again, our culture instills in us this idea that if, oh, you made your commitment to do that, or, you know, you always should hang out with your blood family because they're your blood family. So, right? Yeah, but if they're actually toxic and actually like taking things off your ship, or trying to poke holes in your ship every time you see them, or they're taking down your sails, right? They're like removing the wind from your sails and trying to beat down your ego. Like, set some boundaries so that you can keep operating from a place that is in your truth, and examine your truth to make sure that you are not taking your ship into their bay and, you know, firing cannons at everybody and then being like, see, they attacked me. Well, you came in here and fired cannons, so we set up defenses and now you're mad, or we attacked you back, right? See, this is when we get like really into the analogy of how we interact with our energy. You asked if we could see the aura drawing. I don't know where it is right now, but I will make a note to try to find it. And then I have this class is a weekly class at 10 a.m. Pacific time. We start, and then I usually go for quite a while because it's a great topic and I could talk for hours and hours and hours about it. And I like answering you guys' questions about it. And I like offering this free space to come in and talk about it, right? We do have memberships. We do have other classes. We do have group coaching. I do offer private coaching. I have a book on its way out to talk. The book is talking about, it's called Energy for Sale, the Energetic Blueprint, for how essentially we get programmed by our culture, right? And I try to shy away from that word programmed, because people think, oh, somebody did, you know. Thank you, Juliana. I'm gonna pin you there. Thank you. Any level of membership are all available. I'm gonna pin you there. Thank you. Any level of membership are all available on Patreon. You can grab a level membership here on TikTok. Just note that the subscriptions here on TikTok are much higher than they are on Patreon, because TikTok takes up to 60% of what I make here. So if you can, go to Patreon. I also have other options, you know, go directly to me, or I have trade options as well. I try to make everything accessible. I'm not interested in gatekeeping. I want, if you want to work with me, if you want to do this work, if you want some guidance, let's figure out how to get you there, whether it be just in group coaching or watching my old classes, or I do coaching by donation as well. They're 15-minute sessions, mini coaching sessions, that if you really need to talk to me and you want 15 minutes and you can only afford $5 for it or $3 for it or whatever you want to pay for it, those are available as well. Usually reach out to me for that. Yes, son.
How much longer is on your live?
I don't know. It's only noon. It's not even noon yet. So let's talk about our solar plexus. Now that we've gone through all of that, let's talk about our solar plexus, because this is a really important topic. in terms of how our culture is, so the process of enculturation, it's called enculturation. Everyone goes through it. Everybody's susceptible to it. Nobody escapes this. It is the thing that you get by showing up in a human body and being in reality, right? Your energy body, your body is developing and receiving information. Remember that up until the age of 8, your brain still operates in the theta brainwaves. Theta is the REM sleep dream time. When we're adults and we go to sleep and then our eyes start moving around and we get in we're dream time, that's theta brainwaves. Waking, walking around, talking and doing things, children, up until about the age of 8 are still in the theta brainwaves. That's why they're so ridiculous. That's why they're so silly. That's why they're so, like, are you from another planet? Yes, because they don't operate in the same delta gamma brainwave stuff that we want them to, or we do as adults, which is a really important thing to remember when you're parenting your kids. They don't actually live in the same reality as you do. They are so much more open and susceptible to energy patterns, to unconscious sort of patterns, unprogramming. And that's kind of the point. Why? Right? If your essence came from somewhere else and you are here in this material world, you have to learn how to interact with the material world, right? I'm a new baby squish, and I get my information from the DNA structure of my parents and my ancestry, right? And then I get my information from the food my mother eats and her emotional patterns that she experiences while I'm in utero. As I am born, I start to absorb more from my physical environment, right? The lights, the sights, the sounds, the smells, the tastes, and how others treat me in my environment. This is all happening when my prefrontal cortex is not even developed yet. My brain is not even done developing yet. It doesn't finish developing until my mid-20s at least. So my energy is learning how to interact with my environment, with what's happening, how to keep me safe, how to keep me alive, right? We have these really natural instincts that says, I know that if I don't cry as an infant, right? Evolution or whatever it is tells us that if as an infant, if I can't cry and ask for my needs to be met, then they're not going to be met, right? Unless I have caregivers who can somehow perceive all of those needs ahead of time, which I have caregivers who can somehow perceive all of those needs ahead of time, which may be good for my energy or may not, may actually create an imbalance if I've got caregivers who are constantly giving me everything I might need and I never have to ask for anything. But leaving a child to continue to ask for something to never have that need met also creates this imbalance. We want to find that central energy. Chocolate frost. Wasn't there a fire in Oregon? We always have fires. We always have fires. It's renewal of the forest. But not where I'm at. Not where I am. So, the enculturation process is something that happens unconsciously. It's something that happens to absolutely everybody, right? And it used to be something, don't know if I should say it used to be something. So it's always been something that we do on purpose to a certain degree, right? If you have a child, you want to instill certain things in them, you want to treat them a certain way, you want them to behave a certain way, and those beliefs come from my enculturation process and my understanding of my culture and the gifts or the challenges that my culture, my caregivers, and my experiences gave me. This is how we do generational healing, is we take on what the previous generation had, and then we hopefully move through it, process more, heal it, align a little more. Chocolate rose. You already asked about the aura drawing, and I said I would make a note about finding it, but I'm not going to stop right now to go rifling through my papers to find it. So I would ask you to respect that, what I just said there, right? And not ask me again. I already have made a note about it. I will do my best to find it when I'm done with this live. It probably won't be today. Chocolate frost. chocolate frost. You want another word other than to say hello when you answer the phone? Interesting. Why? Why do you have a need to control what other people say? Why do you want to? So this enculturation process, right? This writes the programming for how we interact with the world. My beliefs about the world, my ways to interact with it, what my challenges are, and what my strengths are, what my challenges are as I move forward. Most of it happens unconsciously. That's why this is really important to do this work when you are older. And again, you don't have to, but these patterns get written in unconsciously, and you're gifted the beliefs of your parents, the habits and the expectations of your culture, of your religion, of your caregivers, of your school, right? All these things that we have that are inundating us with all this information, all their expectations and all their patterns and all their habits and all this information, all their expectations and all their patterns and all their habits and all, children born in places where they eat a lot of spicy food or raw foods, right? They are physically going to develop differently. Their tastes, their digestive enzymes, all of these things are going to develop differently than somebody in a different area. That's the enculturation process. It's how my physical body acclimates to being in the material world. You thought humans were more creative? We are creative. But also we get stuck in patterns. We get stuck in habits. So currently, the habit of, as you're saying, you feel like most Americans say hello when they answer the phone, right? This is a cultural habit. It's a way that we answer the phone. Does anybody everywhere in the world always answer the phone with the same word hello? No, because we are from different cultures, and so we have these different habits. We have these different patterns written in as we experience them, right? And often we don't examine them, right? So I love that you're examining it, but also I invite you to to examine it with curiosity and willingness, and then leave it as that without the need to reach in and change someone or make something happen a different way. Bad Butcher, yeah, for the most part, everyone says hello. In the same language? Because no. And just like bye or hello in English means one thing or has a certain connotation to it, other words for similar intentions have different connotations in different languages. So we look at the subtle pieces of it. No. Everyone across the planet does not answer the phone and say hello to whoever's on the other line. When we see the intricacy, the details of it, no, we don't. Juliana, in New Mexico, you often hear people answer the phone with bueno. Yeah. So when we are curious and willing, some people say yellow. Yeah. Some people say hiya. Hey, how you doing? Or what's up? Right? When we actually show up with curiosity and willingness, we are able to receive something. We're able to see those differences. We're able to see the beautiful menagerie of that life really is. But when we show up with, no, everybody says hello. What you just did was actually a really good example of an imbalance. That's a brow chakra, right? That's I'm not willing to see the unique or the subtle differences between these things. It's the throat chakra that's nice and big and overactive, that's using probably energy from my solar plexus, from an overactive solar plexus or from an underactive root chakra that says, I am fearful and I am rigid and I need to control everything. Otherwise, if I don't control the situation, I'm not safe. And so I'm going to use my voice to control the situation and tell people how things really are. What that says is my system is out of balance and I'm not aligned in a way that I can receive truth in a curious way, right? Or that I can receive a truth that's different from my expectation of other people's truth. Cass, hello. Different from my expectation of other people's truth. Cass, hello. Monica, rabbit hole when we look at how language develops and root meanings, and it's an extension of our culture. It's a deeply ingrained parts of our culture and how we believe about the world, right? Things about like in Spanish, there are, or in other cultures, there are a bunch of different words for love. Whereas in English, there's only one, maybe two, right? We only have a couple of them. So we only perceive of love because our language itself is limited. We use that word as this thing, and sometimes we struggle to perceive of it as the very dynamic, multifaceted thing it is, the different kind of love we can have. I can love my friend a certain way. I can love my partner a different way. I can love my job a different way, but I have the same word for all those things. So I'm actually having different meanings, but I'm going to use the same word. And that's going to pattern my belief and pattern the way I interact with the word and with the expression of it and the feeling, versus a culture that has all those different words for it and that I'm more able to eloquently or accurately describe what I'm talking about. Body language is a thing as well. And the body language that I express or you express is going to be an expression of those patterns that are written into my energy system unconsciously, that are those patterns that are continuing to operate this way. One of my favorite examples, because it screwed me up. I have a chronic condition now called neurogenic thoracic outlet syndrome, which is a compression of the thoracic outlet. Your thoracic outlet is here underneath your collarbones. If you compress this area, you compress big bundles of blood vessels and nerves and all sorts of stuff under here, right? So what is a really good way to compress that stuff? To hold myself like this. What am I doing when I'm holding myself like this? My energy here in my heart is smaller, right? I'm pulling my heart back. I'm holding up my shoulders around my throat. This is a protective posture. This is rooted in that root chakra of fear, rooted in fear, that says, I'm not safe. It's not safe. My heart needs to be protected. My voice needs to be protected or should not be seen and shown. Notice that this is also a common posture in our culture. Oh, look how I'm demure. Look how cute I am. Aren't I so sweet? I'm sweet because I'm hiding my heart, hiding my throat. I'm pulling these things in. It's so cute that she's so fearful. It's so cute that she feels so vulnerable. Oops, that's also an expression of my culture. That's also an expression of what my culture values, right? The enculturation process is extremely important. And the ways that these messages get written into you, to the extent that you literally carry them in your physical body, you carry them in your subconscious mind so much that they literally color your reality. When we talk about manifesting our reality, we're talking about the subconscious, unconscious programming that is creating our beliefs and our expectations about the external world. And the external world, like I said before about driving home, if I'm driving home and it's the same familiar road and my mind is somewhere else, I'm not going to see the basketball, that goes across the street that I end up hitting with my car. I'm not going to see the people who are just getting, the new neighbors who are moving in. I'm not going to notice that shit. Why? Because my attention is somewhere else, not in the present moment, not in the here and now. And if I'm not in the here and now, then how am I driving the car? With those subconscious parts of me, with the background programming that says, I know how to drive a vehicle and I continue to drive a vehicle even though I'm not paying attention to it. Remember when you first learned to drive a vehicle? It was really hard for you to wonder about a bunch of other shit and drive your vehicle. Why? Because it requires all of your attention to acquire this new skill, to learn this thing. Once you have it learned and it becomes habit, it becomes a pattern that you can then, that your brain, I should say, because you don't do it on purpose, your brain puts it on the back burner and says, I know how to do that. Your brain is very quick to say, I know how to do that. It likes to be right because that keeps you safe. It likes to remember how to do things because then it feels masterful, it feels strong, it feels smart, it feels right. These are good positive reinforcement kind of feelings. So my brain is going to help me try to find those by programming itself and remembering the patterns and the positive reinforcement kind of feelings. So my brain is going to help me try to find those by programming itself and remembering the patterns and the good things and the bad things. Specifically, why do we remember so much of the bad things? Because our brain says, oops, that was dangerous, that was scary, we don't want to go through that again. And the good things, well, those are nice. My brain is doing its job, but my brain is actually not the captain, right? My brain is not the highest, wisest part of myself. I like to call it the transfer station, right? It's my library, it's the information highway, but it's not. It's not always going to upgrade itself. It's not going to upgrade itself. It needs the conscious driver, the person who's choosing to interact so that we can choose what path we're going on. Otherwise, my body and my mind is going to keep doing the things that it believes are best, whether they are really good for me or not. 442 glass, I'm a 6'4" man trying to blend in or shriek in the background. Yeah, those are messages that you either received from your culture. Those are messages that you may have received from your upbringing, right? So being 6'4", right? My dad is 6'8", something like that. He's really 6'7", 6'8", super, super, super tall. And he talked a lot about when he was growing up, his foot size and being that tall was something that people really pestered him about. And so you see it in his posture. Not a lot, but I've known several people over my lifetime who are on the taller side, particularly women who are on the taller side, who have been like, oh, I'm not supposed to be so tall, right? Oh, it made my boyfriend nervous, or well, not nervous, but uncomfortable, or made this guy uncomfortable. So to make myself more attractive, I'm going to actually maybe lower myself more, wear clothing that makes me appear shorter, only wear flats, never wear heels, right? These are the kinds of things. My expectation, my beliefs about how somebody expects me to show up, then coloring the way that I actually show up. Which is fine. You can do that. You can keep doing that. But the question is do you want to know, are you okay with knowing that it's unconscious beliefs and unconscious programming that is basically puppeting you, that is kind of making you do the things you do, right? When somebody says something to you and it pokes a button and you get rageful, do you want to have those experiences? Do you want to be triggered by other people? Do you want people to be able to manipulate you and puppet you and make you do things? Because ultimately, unless is about finding that space where you can take the helm of your ship and say, wait a minute, I don't want to drive my ship into those rocks. I don't want to crash. Actually, that storm over there that I see brewing, I don't want to go driving through that storm. No. You can begin to make those decisions. Blindly evolving. I've learned I'm going to be too much or too little to people. I'm tired of caring what people think. It's an important piece, I think, to finding our authenticity is for letting go, right, of what people think about us. And the patterns that tell us we should care so much about what other people think about us are some of those patterns that cause us to behave in a way that we're trying to meet their expectations, which can pull us away from our being authentic. The book that I am releasing, the book I'm publishing this month, it'll be out before July 1st, talks about the way that our culture does that. And I think it's really important to put this book out now, because I'm not just talking about the way that the enculturation generally happens. Like, yes, we all receive, lessons and insights and things from our upbringing. The piece that I really want to highlight and that I talk about in the book is about how our current culture does it on purpose. From the moment we're born and even beforehand, we are constantly sold the ideas, the external effigies or the falsities of who we're supposed to be, who we're expected to be. A good student, a good soldier, a good employee. Success looks certain ways and not, right? The messages in marketing are laden with psychological manipulation. And that's on purpose. You can go to college and you don't even have to go to college. You can go take a class online. You can probably find one on YouTube. Marketing manipulation, how to manipulate your audience, how to turn a no. This is an ad I saw recently. It was like how to turn a hard no into an emphatic yes. And I'm like, so basically how to make somebody buy something they didn't want. Yeah. That's the out of balance experience that we are collectively having right now. That's our collective chakras being way out of balance, where there's a handful who are using these manipulative tactics to siphon your resources from you. Your attention, your intention, right? Because if the system can control your intention to look good in front of other people, and if I'm taught that that is the highest, best way to be, then I'm going to keep doing the things, buying into the things that make me look better than other people. If we are taught that empathy and love are vulnerability and weakness, then we're going to manipulate our energy body to reflect that. And I'm going to remain out of balance and unhealthy and unwell until I find that. And that may be really scary and really hard for me. If my whole culture says that this being, loving, I like to use the word love. And there are people who do not like me saying that or calling them friend. I like to call people friends, right? That's not typical because we have this idea that like there's only one kind of love. Or not everybody's a friend, right? Some people are just acquaintances and some people are enemies and these other things. And I'm like, but my truth actually exists in this place where I can experience, and I do experience love for all of the people, all of the animals and all of the things. Yeah, I'm one of those. I'm a vessel for that thing. And I've had to learn over the years how to set boundaries because my culture says if you're going to be loving, then you have to be a martyr. You have to give everything away. Oh, you want to be a good wife? Then you must be submissive. Oh, you want to be a good employee? Then you have to overwork yourself. You want to experience pleasure? You want to feel joy? Well, then you need to buy the right shirt and go on the right vacation and have sweet sugared things. These are external false applications, false resolutions for a very true and real need that exists in your energy body. And the reason I'm putting this book out now is because the system is using these tools on purpose. Janie, you say all that is media. Yes, and not just. It's not that simple. Like, oh, if I just turn off the screen, then I will no longer be manipulated. From the moment we're born, these things are written into our subconscious programming. And they come from all different angles. What my parent thinks is appropriate is by their enculturation process and the messages that they received. And not just from a screen somewhere, but from their religion, from their parents, from their teachers, from their government, from their friend groups, from what have you. It comes from all different angles. But the goal is similar. It's to instill in you the messages that keep you unhealthy. It's kind of like we talk about the medical system here in the West, right? We're like a healthy patient isn't a lucrative patient, right? If we're healthy and we don't need to go to the doctor, well, the doctor's not going to make a whole bunch of money. And so what interest do they really have as a for-profit system to heal us, to actually keep us healthy? There's not. That's a problem, right? Go right on back. Hello, my friend. Thank you, Blindly Evolving. I'm going to post this up here too. I do, like I said, I do private coaching and we have group coaching as well. If you want to get into your reflecting on your patterns and your energy body and want some assistance in doing that, I do that. Janie, correct. Pharmaceuticals are part of it all. Yeah, there's a great documentary called The Business of Being Born. And it's a fantastic expose on the birthing system here in the U.S. and the way that it's been completely manipulated, even to the extent of teaching us that that birth is fearful. Birth is a dangerous or an emergency situation. It's not. It can be. But when we believe that it is from the get-go, we're going to have a very different experience of it than if we witness and understand on a deep level, not just here, not just reading the one book that says, oh, labor is really, simple and all you have to do is trust your baby. That's not going to be enough to get down into the deeper programming that says, I'm afraid of that, and I've never had a good experience or information that tells me that there's anything to be but afraid of it. Because cesareans are more lucrative. It's more money for the hospital when they do cesareans, and it's better because you can time cesareans, and that's much easier. Son, can you please get off the table? Thank you, sir. Yes?
It's so cute.
No, please. We have boundaries. I would appreciate if you would respect those boundaries.
Okay.
Baby. Hey.
What?
Let's not put a cat in there.
She loves it.
No, please, honey.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mommy, bring her to the bed.
I love you.
Love you too.
Please be respectful of her boundaries too, right?
I will.
Okay.
When she says no, I let her out.
Kids are amazing. Kids are amazing. Amazing reflections, right? For what's available, what's possible in the world, as well as how we react to those things. Cats don't like rain. Okay. So it's really important. I find it's really important. I believe it's really important to be aware of how these enculturation things happen. So that's what the book is about. Again, it's called Energy for Sale, and it will be for sale. The book will be for sale before July 1st. And after the book comes out, I hope that those of you who want to read it will read it and will share with me your insights and your reflections and your experiences, right? Like, where in your life do you see the cultural manipulation? Where do you see these things that have given you an idea of success being a fancy car or a really big house, right? Which ones do you remember getting from your religious upbringing, right? These kinds of things, write these things into us. And if we never examine what those beliefs are, what those programs are, then we're going to continue operating from them unconsciously, which might be fine. Again, I got to say it again. It's fine. If you want to stay in your comfort zone, stay in your comfort zone. But I've also found that the universe keeps moving. The universe keeps moving around us. There's a flow moving around us. And staying in your comfort zone sometimes is darn near impossible. Because at some point, the universe is going to move you. Or something is going to come up to that rock, right? If you're a rock in the river and you don't want to move, there's pressure of the river flowing around you, much more so than if we surrender to that flow and allow the flow to carry us. Go right on, Bet. Be a student of the moment and of the universe, right? I always say just show up curious and willing, because these are opportunities to receive. When I show up with judgment, or I show up with control, or I show up saying, I know all the answers, or when I show up with shame and guilt and these other things, I'm creating a battle, first of all, and I don't have really any space to receive something. So if I can stay in the present moment, then I can actually start to see my patterns, my beliefs, my programming manifest. A commercial comes across my feed, right? I'm watching it, like we do on YouTube, and then a freaking commercial pops up. My question is, and the book is going to have these reflection questions in them. It's not meant to be an end-all, be-all, and I'm going to create a companion course, which I need your help on. So once you do read the book, come back with your reflections, come back with your information, and tell me, what are the big things that you saw, right? And what are the important tools that have helped you along the way, whether it's be realigning those things or tools that we've worked with in here. Processing because my brain was like, tools that we work with in here? You mean you haven't offered a single tool? No, I didn't offer you guys a single mudra yet. evolve outside comfort to the next level. The truth is that we don't usually evolve out of our comfort, right? If we're comfortable, there's no need to change anything. There's no need to do anything about it. There's no need to adjust anything or, evolve it at all. We can just remain the same, right? Because it's comfortable. It's easy. We can stay that way, right? Hi. What do you need? You just need some snugs? Oh. Okay. So when we experience discomfort in our lives, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to evolve. Discomfort is an invitation to be present, to find our flexibility or our inner strength, to be authentic, right? How do we really show up? Oh, isn't it? He needed some snuggles. Yeah, I got you. You might change creatures. Okay, so what are some of the tools that I like to use, right? One of my favorite ways to balance the 442, you say, I'm not paranoid if it's true. What do you mean? That the system is a manipulative system, and you feel paranoid. We call it a conspiracy theory when people talk about the way that our systems, or the larger system right now, is manipulating us. Oh, you're just conspiracy theorists. No, it's literally in practice. You can go take a class on how to do it if you want to talk about it from a perspective of media. And then when you understand that, you go way deeper and go, oh my gosh, this has been happening for so long. Think about what happened in Germany, right? Think about the Crusades. Think about all of these wild things that occur in our reality. Think about the things that are occurring right now. How much of what we believe and how we behave is the result of someone else's manipulation or truth, or our willingness to follow what someone else says, what someone else taught us, or our unwillingness to examine our beliefs and our systems of operation. When we are used to not examining and not taking responsibility, we become primed to be heavily manipulated by systems that don't have our interest at heart. It's why I left the Catholic Church, actually. I grew up Catholic, and I thought I wanted to be a nun, right? There's profound insight there. There's deep understandings available within religion. But I left because I saw a lot of people using it as an excuse to just be who are they going to be without any need to change, even if that was detrimental to themselves or to others, or people who were being so heavily manipulated that they were miserable, but they believed that they were supposed to be miserable. And that broke my heart. And I decided I also didn't want to be like that, so I don't know why I'm holding my big cheese right now, but I feel like you needed to know. So, you were an alt boy in the 60s, yeah. I was a Catholic girl during the 80s, and I was put through some pretty horrific ceremonial things. I don't want to share too many details about those. Not on live, not on TikTok, because there are certain things you can't say. And certain things that I don't need to share right now. So, those things pattern in our beliefs. Those things pattern in our beliefs about ourselves. Early traumas can do things like erode our ability to set up boundaries for ourselves. It can erode our self-confidence. It can teach us that we are not meant to be the ones in control or have any power. This idea that there is some entity up there that has all the power that is going to hurt you, or you need to control all of these aspects of self, rather than to be the glorious human that you are meant to be in all of your strengths and challenges and all of your mistakes and wins. Is a product of manipulation, and again primes us to be further manipulated by our culture and by others. He said, yeah, me too. Sadness is a lifetime of shame. So the question is what do you do with that shame when it rises up? How do we face our shame? Do we just feel shameful about it and try to push it down? Or do we show up with curiosity and willingness? Again, curiosity and willingness can be as simple as, wow, I feel that in my gut. Wow, I feel that in my brow. Oh, he stretches. I have a really interesting one. There's a channel in acupuncture, the heart channel, that is, you can access the heart channel right here, like toward the inside of the hand and a little bit. It's like not right on the blade. I'm not an acupuncturist, so I don't know exactly, but the channel is not quite on the blade, just a little bit inside. This is the heart channel right here. And when I get triggered, when there's a certain type of trigger in my heart that makes the side of my hand start to tingle and light up, it starts to get warm. There's a specific, very visceral feeling that occurs in the side of my hand. And I didn't know what this was, except that it was connected to my heart, until I went to my acupuncturist, who was like, oh, that's that thing. So the energy in this channel is so intense, or the block in this channel is so intense, that it manifests physically. Your energy patterns, your emotions manifest physically. And if we're aware of that fact, then when they manifest and we show up with curiosity and willingness, we're like, oh, wow, look how this emotion took my body from me, right? Look how anger made my brow do this. Look how it changed my breathing. Look how it changed my heart rate. Look how it changed the tension in my body. Look how it hurt my shoulder and my jaw. My jaw is sore. Why is my jaw always sore? How often am I holding my jaw? How often am I tensing those teeth? How often am I pulling my shoulders up like this? Because of those emotional patterns underneath. And then we end up with chronic physical issues. Pour for two glass. Living your best life now. Woo woo. Most of the time. Right? All of those making examples, and my shoulder got stuck up there. So, oh, you like my big cheese? Somebody said they like my big cheese. Bring back the big cheese. So one of my favorite ways, beyond mindfulness, right? Beyond just being present, beyond using my senses and saying, okay, interesting that I experience it in my body this way. Interesting that, my external environment starts to look a little different when my energy is in different places, or my emotions are in different places. One of my favorite ways to access the energy body is through mudras. Mudras, hasta mudras specifically, are hand positions, and we use the hands because the fingers are channels for the different elements in our system. These, to review, are fire, air, spirit or ether, earth, and water. So when we bring these together, this mudra, right? We've seen Christ do this mudra, right? We see the Buddha do the Dharma Chakra mudra, or we see other images of these mudras being used. And hey, guess what? You even see people on, saying in an interview on your YouTube channel or on your news channel doing things like this. Mudras are so effective that they are prevalent all over. You're already seeing them everywhere. And they've been used since, again, what's the earliest? Actually, I don't know when mudras first came about. I'm trying to think about that. I know that energy work and energy knowledge of it was as far back as 1500 BC, but mudras themselves, I don't know exactly when they came about. So what is this? This is called the Uttada Bodhi Mudra. This mudra is for boosting the solar plexus, boosting your sense of self, boosting your self-esteem, boosting stage presence. This is one of those things that says, make me look really strong and really powerful and really in control of the situation. Have you seen this? Have you seen this somewhere? Anybody remember? Who's been doing this? I'm sure you've seen it in more than just one place. This is one of the mudras for the solar plexus. Now, if you already have a big, overactive, lots of energy of needing of control or extra willpower or pushy that kind of energy, right? If you already have a lot of that energy, this may not be the best mudra for you. It's good for digestion and that kind of stuff as well. But it's also boosting specifically to the solar plexus. You were doing that mudra today at the farmer's market. Were you doing it intentionally because you knew it was a mudra? Or were you just holding your hands like that? Yes! Christine Bashar uses this one. Steve Jobs did. Yep. Elon does as well. Yep. So, yeah, okay, good. Because we also have something called spontaneous mudras, right? Where we naturally put our hands in different positions. Do you know what this is? This is a mudra. This is called the Shukri mudra. And this brings all of our elements into balance. This is how some cultures eat. This assists in digestion as well as aligning all areas of the system. So when you're eating like this, eating with your hands, you're actually absorbing more of the nutrients and better digesting your food than with a fork and a knife, because of how our systems work and because of our energy. Now am I telling you that you should start eating all of your food all the time with your hands? You don't have to make big sweeping changes like that, but maybe try intentionally eating certain things with your hands, right? Make sure you wash your hands. But Monica, what if you have both excess and deficiency in the solar plexus? So I like to call that just a wounded chakra, right? We talked about it a little bit before, where I may have deficiency because I think that's what I'm supposed to do. So I control my chakra, control. That energy goes somewhere else, me giving. And then I'm done giving and I'm mad about it. So then it becomes, now I'm going to, swap. So I call that the wounded chakra, where it's not indifferent, but it's just imbalanced and it fluctuates both ways. One of my favorite mudras for that is the Sumukha mudra. The Sumukha translates to pleasant face or pleasant looking face. And this is a nice and easy one. You actually bring all of your fingers together to the thumb here, and you bring the tips of both hands together. Hold that right in front of the solar plexus. That one was fast. This one balances both hemispheres of the body. So also balances the pranic energy, the prana, the solar energy, the yang energy, and the lunar energy, the resting or yin energy in our systems. This has helped balance your digestion. Again, it's the Sumukha mudra. All fingers gathered together, fingertips together, making a nice little face, right? Eyes. Hold it right in front of your solar plexus and relax your belly. And just focus on your breath. Focusing. Listening into your system. Meeting anything that comes up with curiosity and willingness. Remember, this is not the space to shame or guilt yourself. This is not the space to be like, I don't feel anything, this isn't working. This is not the space to be like, oh my God, it's making everything perfect right now. All I need is 5 minutes with this mudra and everything's going to be healed. It's not the space to say, my mind's supposed to be totally quiet when I'm doing this. Why isn't it totally quiet? What am I doing wrong? It's the space to simply meet whatever arises with curiosity and willingness. Oh, interesting. I can feel a little change in my belly. Oh, interesting. My fingertips are tingling a little bit. Oh, interesting. My jaw starts clenching. All right, let me release that jaw and let me shake out a little bit of that tension. I invite you to hold your mudras with intention rather than tension, right? The difference between intention and tension. No intention at all, my hands are just flopped. If I bring tension to my hands, I'm going to squeeze all those fingers together and then push my fingertips together. Can you hold that mudra very long when all that tension is there? No, I can already feel that hurting my frickin' shoulders. So we're going to stop doing that and we're going to bring intention to it. Intention says, I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to gather my fingers together. I'm going to make an intentional connection, not a pressure. I don't need tension. Intention is all I need. And I need my intention because if I don't hold that intention, then where goes my mudra? It starts to fall apart, right? If I'm sitting here and my attention and intention all disappears, I'm not doing the mudra anymore. Intention into the present moment and leave it there. And anywhere tension rises, whether it be in your jaw or your shoulder or your back or your thoughts or your breath or your emotions that come up, all those things are sources of tension. So if I remain here in the present moment, wanting to receive from this practice, then I only need my intention. Tension is going to shut doors. Tension is going to narrow our field of experience and our field of reception or opportunity to receive. Whereas intention is showing up with curiosity and willingness and saying, what is available here? It's an invitation. I think one of the biggest misconceptions that I had about these practices and this work was that I had to do it with tension, right? We even go to a yoga class and you're like, oh, I'm going to build muscle in my yoga class. Well, to build muscle, you need tension and release, tension and release. We focus so much in the West on that tension piece and not as much on the release. No pain, no gain. That's for a physical self, yeah, outside of you. If you're gonna, you literally have to rip your muscles to make them regrow and get bigger, yes. But on the inside, curiosity and willingness. It's an invitation to receive the gifts from within. On the inside, curiosity and willingness. It's an invitation to receive the gifts from within. And when you do that, I won't promise you, because it's your path to take. But I have received so much more insight, guidance, understanding, wisdom, gifts when I simply allowed myself to be curious and willing and invite whatever showed up. And whatever showed up, I met with curiosity and willingness. And sometimes it was a nagging voice in my head that said I'm crappy and worthless. Sometimes it was a impatient voice that said, can we be over this already? I'm done. I want to go play. I want to go do other things, right? Sometimes it was a frustrated voice that I'm not experiencing what I expected to experience. But I can also allow all of these things to pass by like clouds in the sky. Oh, like my breath. I inhale and my lungs expand. My heart rises and I fill with that breath, just like a thought. Inhale, my mind inhales. Thank you, Elohim. My mind inhales and it fills with thought. The element of air, right, is where all that thought activity comes from and where anxiety and movement and things like that can come from in our systems. Not so much movement, a different kind of movement. So imagine that your mind is taking a breath. That thought happens because your mind is taking a breath, nothing more. As you exhale, you can also release that thought as well, right? Inhale and exhale. You're constantly doing it. The pattern, the rhythm of your body, of your system, and the way that it relates to the universe, right, is available right here. How do I find myself? In the breath. Because everything moves with the breath. My thoughts rise and fall. My hunger rises and falls. My desire rises and falls. My fear rises and falls. Because everything in life, everything in this material universe is temporal. It's not permanent. It comes and it goes. It's day and it's night, and then again, right? And so when we let go of our expectation that things are always going to be the same, or they're going to show up exactly the same, right? My biggest misconception about meditation was that it was supposed to be a perfectly silent experience, and I was doing it wrong unless my brain was quiet. Instead, I invite you to see it like a pendulum, right? If my pendulum is still here in center, there's no tension, there's no activity, the mind is quiet, the body is still, the breath may even be barely there. And then my brain comes up with some thought over here about this other thing, and I go, oh, back to center, refocus on my brain, or my breath, I mean. And then there's a sound outside that takes my attention away, right? And I, oh, come back to my practice. Here I am. So the practice of mindfulness, the practice of meditation is not to be perfect every time. It's about being present and realigning. And when you do this, you teach your system that this is what meditation is that center place. And the longer you do it, meditation is a personal practice. The more you sit with it, the more it will resonate within you. And the more that you will, when you create a ritual around it and such, the more you will find that centered place. Well, after now several years of meditating on a regular basis, having a regular practice, a regular daily practice, when I close my eyes and go to that place, my body and my mind know where we're headed. My emotions are familiar with this. Remember, we were talking about the brain creating habits for us unconsciously and patterning them back there, and it goes, oh, I know what to do. The goal for me, right, in mindfulness was to get my brain and my body to go, oh, I know what to do when we're here. Mudras are a really great way to start with that. You don't have to have a mantra. You don't have to speak Sanskrit. You don't have to remember a whole practice. All you need to do is remember how to put your hands. And even if you don't want to use a mudra, this is a mudra, right? This is a mudra. Yes, this is a mudra, right? And there's really complicated mudras. Like another one. This one is one of the ones for the solar plexus. This is the one specifically for the solar plexus. So this is the one that's going to help to strengthen and to balance the solar plexus. I'm sorry, friend. I got totally off on a side tangent, didn't I? And I didn't give you a mudra for a wounded chakra. I hope you're still hanging out. I'm so sorry. Okay. Wounded chakra. Yes, I did. That's what I just did. The Samukha mudra. Never mind. The Samukha mudra. Okay. The other mudra, another mudra for the solar plexus, is the Manipura chakra mudra. This one is a little bit more complicated, right? This one, let's do it together. Bring your hands facing each other, palms facing. Touch your thumbs together. Flatten them out and cross your right index finger over your left, okay? Keep the middle fingers over top. So slide them together and then curl those middle fingers around the tips of those index fingers. We'll do it again here in a second, okay? Slide your ring fingers underneath the tip of the index. Touch the tips of the ring and the pinkies together. This is called the horse of many jewels, or the bejeweled horse. This is the Manipura chakra is considered your tower of jewels, right? Or is so often represented by a horse, the energy and the power of a horse, right? And the what's it called? Luminescence of jewels, of a tower full of jewels. Think about how bright and how shiny that would be, how powerful that would be, right? Reflecting in the sun. This is our center for our solar energy, for prana. This is our center for digestion, which means that this is where we get our fuel from. This is where our prana literally manifests from, right? Because we are generating it through our interaction with the material world. All right, you guys want to do this one again? Manipura Chakra Mudra for round 2. See, it's making my gut do stuff. The more we play with these mudras, the more you may notice your digestion starts to move around. If you need to pause because it gets too intense, please pause if it's too intense, right? Be gentle with yourself. And I'm going to offer you a nice, really gentle, playful mudra for the solar plexus here after this one. So the Manipura Chakra Mudra goes like so. We bring our thumbs together, cross the index fingers over, the right or the left. Okay, keep the other fingers nice and high. And then curl the middle finger over the tips of the ring finger. Of the index finger. Sorry. Then see if you can wiggle the ring fingers underneath the tips of the index. Bring the tips of the rings and the tips of the pinkies together. Pretty cool shadow puppet, eh? The Manipura Chakra Mudra, and then you just hold that right here over the whole span of your solar plexus. Thank you, Blindly Evolving. Remember, we also have a group coaching option, and in group coaching, you guys are the first ones of the week who get the mudras for the week, right? So in group coaching, I usually offer the mudra for a week, and we also do a meditation in there that helps you dive into the subconscious aspects of self, helps you invite and receive from the subconscious programmings within your system. If you've ever wondered how to access your subconscious self, I've always called it dream journeying. I don't know if there's another name for it, but I call it dream journeying. I lead these processes, these meditations that we do, shared meditations together. And in those spaces, I don't know if any of you who are in, Monica, there you go. Highly recommend the group coaching because we find amazing things in these spaces, amazing insights. And the beauty of receiving is that it flips our cultural narrative on its head. That says, I have to do something to find the profound insights. I have to go find somewhere in the Himalayas and go on this long trek and walkabout. And those things are valuable. I'm going to pin you there too, Monica. Thank you, love. Those things are valuable. But what if there was an entire world within you? What if every answer you needed could be asked of your system, of yourself, and received? What if you could meet and have a conversation with the parts of yourself that you thought you'd lost or that you were afraid of? What if you can hold the child self that needs to be held? What am I holding? It's a block of cheese. Not a real one, a squishy one. And since we are working with the solar plexus this month, I am looking for all the yellow things. You see, I've got my yellow stars, I've got my yellow shirt, I've got my yellow cheese, I've got my yellow cup. What needs a little more tea in it? Why, if I'm working with the solar plexus, am I putting all this yellow stuff into my reality? Because a really, really easy way to balance your energy is to just invite more of that energy into your life. So it looks really satisfying. So let me give you, here's a really, really good, I'll give you that playful mudra here in a second, but here's a really amazing way, a really simple way that you already know which chakras are out of balance. What is your least favorite color? What's your least favorite color? In fact, what color do you not wear? Will you not wear? What's your least favorite color? What color do you go bleh when you see it? What color do you go when you see it? Puppy dog. Puppy dog. It's okay. Hey, you know him. We're friends. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Yellow, 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 yellow. I saw a couple of yellows there. Glitterbee asking for help in the Discord from Blindly Evolving. I hope you saw that, friend. Thank you, hun, for asking. Brown. Brown is about our earth chakras. Brown is about the lower chakras. Brown can also be an out of balance root chakra. Not as rich red, but instead a darker, dirtier brown. Orange. Orange is the solar plexus. Red is our root. Orange is the solar plexus. Our solar plexus is the center that says, I feel. This is about our ability to be, to experience pleasure, to experience joy, to be flexible and fluid in our movement. This is also our center for intimacy and the way that we connect with other people. It's our question of whether or not our needs were met, right? Our root chakra says, am I safe? Am I safe in my body? Is it safe to exist alive in the world right now, right? That's about grounding and safety. Orange is about, can I get my needs met? If I ask, will somebody come and help? And depending on our upbringing, we may have experienced negative interactions with these energies. And so instead, our energy moves somewhere else and we go, no, I don't feel safe. For a long time, I would not wear red because I didn't feel safe wearing red. That was very unsafe, right? Orange may say that I don't experience a lot of joy, or I don't receive a lot of pleasure in my life, or I don't allow myself a lot of joy, or I feel very uncomfortable in my ability to connect with others or the way other people take care of me. Yellow, again, is our solar plexus, which we're working on this month. Red and orange, yellow, brown. Look, you guys, lower chakras. Lower chakras. Yay, Glitterbee, nice. Happy with all the colors. It took me a little while. All true for my dislike of orange. So I found myself in my early 20s falling in love with the color orange. I loved the color orange. That's also when I started drinking really heavily and smoking and being frivolous with my physical activity. It was when I indulged in all sorts of things. I realized I could do whatever I wanted. I could have cake for dinner, right? I came from such a rigid space when I was younger that when I finally got out and found my freedom, what's the first thing I did was overindulge myself, as a lot of us do. And there was orange everywhere. Funny, last month, I went to wear orange all month long, and I was like, crap, I don't have as much orange anymore. I do still have orange. I do like it. But I've reduced the amount of it in my life unconsciously. Why? I'm no longer engaging in those things anymore. Our root of addiction is in our sacral chakra. Because usually the way that we overindulge in something is a way that we're trying to satisfy a need that hasn't been met. So if you are currently in any sort of pattern of addiction, whether it be a substance, a food, a person, a situation, a job, an image, a thought pattern, an active pattern, activity pattern, any of these things that aren't particularly healthy for us, but we continue to engage in, your system is begging you, your system is asking you to pay attention to your sacral chakra, to bring balance to your sense of pleasure and joy and connect to your ability to be flexible and in your life rather than being rigid. We're taught by our culture to be rigid or to overindulge in these things. Right? This is our center for emotions as well. Our orange is our center for emotions. And so we are taught, again, culturally, depending on our upbringing, that either our emotions are scary or dangerous or bad, or there are vulnerability, or they're trying to manipulate us. Those things are all going to cause imbalances in our sacral chakra. Do we have to go back and bitch at our parents for it? Do we have to go back and complain about all these other who did it and whatnot? No, because the pattern is alive and well in your life right now. Regal Poison, what if you like all the colors, just not the neon versions? So I'm very much I don't like the neon versions. Neon is a representation of an overexpression. So this is what I was going to ask, right? First of all, what colors don't you like? And then what colors feel really nice, right? So think about yellow. right? I actually realized that most of my yellow is a really nice sunshiny yellow. I think everything that I have in yellow is almost the same tone of yellow, because this is a nice yellow. Now it's still a lot of energy for me, and so it kind of like my digestion is a little bit of funky. I've been kind of exhausted because I've been wearing all this yellow, which is increasing the prana, increasing the energy in my solar plexus, which is really good for me in healing, but also not what my system is really used to. So it's going to take me time to adjust. But I don't like neons because I see them as an woo! Sorry, dog just laid on the camera stand. I see them as an excess. Earth tones, right, are a slightly more muted version, but there's nothing wrong. So example, if your heart chakra, right, if you've been protecting your heart chakra for so long, you might really enjoy wearing neon green because it might help you feel more balanced. It might bring that chakra that might be so far concave into more balance. Now remember, again, no two systems are the same. So all of these examples may be appropriate for some and not for others. So it's important to be mindful of your system and what works for your system or not. And that comes through experimentation, right? So that what I'm saying is that if orange is not a color you like to wear, then I invite you to go to, especially, I really like the thrift store for this because they have such an array of colors and shades. And the thrift store is not a source of the cultural manipulation. If you go into a department store or something that's going to have you with the seasonal stuff, you are being told what you should be wearing. You are being given a limited set of options for what is popular right now. And so that helps you fall in line with the cultural narrative. That's why I like thrift storing, is because I can go to the thrift store and find things from all different decades. It doesn't have to be in season or not, all these different shades. Go to the thrift store if you have one nearby and find the color, find a shade of the color you like least. Even if it's something with just some of that color in it. Maybe it's a black dress. For example, I have a black dress that has these small yellow flowers on it. And sometimes that feels so much safer than this. Monica, blue. Blue was really hard for me. Blue is the throat chakra, right? And so the throat chakra is about our truth. It's about creativity, is about our expression, is about being able to express our truth and being able to receive somebody else's truth. I had a lot of messages of, you're not supposed to speak. I was too loud. I said too much. I asked too many questions, all of that stuff, right? But then I also used my throat chakra to help protect me in that way, in its own way. Yeah. So wearing blue for me, particular shade of blue, like royal blue, blue, I don't like at all. In fact, I used to specifically say, wearing that shade of blue makes me feel like a little boy. Specifically, made me look like, I'd look in the mirror and I felt like I looked like a young boy when I put that color on. What was the message I received? But that girls were not supposed to be speaking like that, but boys were allowed to. That balanced tone, yeah. That is how we literally create our reality, how we manifest our reality, how we perceive our reality, how our beliefs color our reality, and the way that we interact with it. I loved Thrifty Treasures, Thrifty Treasures, me too. Red Mama Yeti, last year I changed all my shirts to solid colors. I love white. It's just hard to wear as I spill coffee. I like white as well because you can also like bleach it and you can also get stains out. You know, if things get stained with their colors, you kind of. I like to make sure that my closet has every color, right? At least a variation of every color. And when you go look at your closet, you can tell the clothing that you have. You can tell which chakras are either out of balance. And again, that can be deficiency, it can be excess, it can be a wounded chakra that you're just not comfortable interacting with. Blindly evolving. If you enjoy wearing a certain color, what does this mean? So because our systems are so dynamic and so unique, and there's so many aspects of these systems, right? I can't give you the standard, if you like wearing these bright colors, then it will be like this. If you like wearing these dull colors, it'll be like this. If you like wearing gray, it'll be like this. I can only give you kind of the associations with them. And then it's up to you to examine, okay, I like wearing yellow, or I like wearing green. Why? Well, I might like wearing green because it feels safe, because that's what I've been told to interact with the world. So my heart chakra could be a really big one, right? And it makes me feel comfortable because I know that people respond better to me when I have this big open chakra. So I may be choosing to wear it to feel safe in my environment. If my heart chakra is deficient, I might wear certain shades of green to help me feel more confident, more loving, more connecting, right? And being able to bring my energy back into balance. So this is where your guru comes in, right? Here are the details of the associations. Your guru has to take these details and say, how does this fit with me? How does this feel on me, right? So if you to do that, you can grab a journal and just start writing in any random journal that you have. If you want a pre-designed journal or workbook that's meant to help you examine those things, go to my shop on Patreon. It's called the Inner Light Map, and it has a way for you to start tracking and writing down different patterns in your energy system, as well as recording the tools for your energy system. Yes, Jessica, too. There's also this piece. I've learned a bit about color theory and seasons. I'm a true summer, so I look best in my faves. And this is the thing. When we also understand that there's more interaction than just my emotional body and just my patterns, but actually the way that these things manifest through the rest of my physical being can help you try to align with it. And it's interesting that if the tones that are true to you are not your favorites, it's a really good reflection. It's a really good opportunity to reflect, right? If you go, Jessica, you said you're a true summer and you look best in your favorites, which bodes itself, in my opinion, right, would be boding itself to how aligned you are and how clarified your system is, or at least how familiar you are with what feels good to you, with being true to yourself, true to what feels good. Monica, blue and water make me feel safe and comforted. Those are really right. Being in our truth, being comfortable in our truth. Water is also about the sacral chakra. Sacral chakra is the home of the element of water, and this is the womb. It's where we are safe when we are growing and developing from the first, right? Our first development happens in water. So it is a container for our safety. Thank you for the follow, fellow Virgo. So let's see. Our solar plexus, this is our seat of power. Oh, I said I was going to offer you a 442. Can you explain on bracelet I started wearing you feel something from a bracelet that you started wearing? Are you talking about something you thrifted? Are you talking about the color itself? Are you talking about the material? Is it something you recently were gifted, or something you felt compelled to pick up for yourself, drawn to? Because all those things are going to give you more insight, right, into why it came to you. Sometimes a gift comes to us because we need it, and sometimes it's an opportunity to say, that's not for me. Sometimes we're drawn to something that we really need, our system really needs. And also, sometimes we crave things that throw our system out of balance. So the playful mudra that I said I would offer for the solar plexus is called the Hamsi mudra. Hamsi mudra is a fun little mudra. It's not as twisted as the other mudras are. It's done like so. You extend your pointer finger, and then you bring the tips of the other fingers to touch your thumb. It's important to have them touching, but you don't want to do this with them. You don't want to create the little shadow dog with them. You want to make sure that this is round. And so in doing so, we put these to the side of the thumb. So 442, I would just suggest that you reflect on those questions, on where it came from, the color, the material, what it means to you, what it feels, where you feel it. That's what I always ask myself. Where do I feel it in my system? Because that's going to be your doorway into the rabbit hole of what it does for you and why it does that. So Hamsi. The Hamsi mudra, this is the mudra for illumination. I often perceive this mudra as a spark, as like almost like a little lighter or a match. This it illuminates our playfulness. It illuminates the darkness. It brings light into places that are stuck, rigid, or fearful. And it like, you almost can't hold it without giggling or smiling. I don't know if you're having a similar experience, but it always kind of makes me feel a little silly, right? Feel a little playful. Again, this is called the Hamsi mudra and is done by extending the pointer finger and placing the other fingers to touch the thumb, the sides of the thumb, maybe the nail, not quite the nail of the thumb, wherever it kind of fits for you, just as long as you're not doing this with them. We're not creating duck faces with it. We're doing this, creating that O with it. And you can hold this here, you can wiggle it around, you can rest it in your lap if you'd like to. The thing I love about mudras is that some of these you can do really passively. Excuse me. Look, more digestion. This one does also help balance your digestion. It does help release excess air in your system. So the air, like, I always think of it like a cool breeze. What happened? Were you dreaming? Like a cool breeze, right? It's like opening the window and being like, let me just let this whole place air out on a nice warm day. The Hamsi mudra. So we went through a couple different mudras today, right? We went through the Hamsi mudra with the Sumukha mudra, the pleasant face mudra. We did the Uttara Bodhi mudra, which is for boosting the solar plexus, and one that you've seen a lot of people do. You see a lot of people using this one because it helps to keep that prana flowing and allow ourselves to align with our confidence. This is very much about our sense of will, power, and our ability to be in control in a situation, right? In a balanced way, unless we're using it to exacerbate an imbalance. And then we also did the Manipura chakra mudra, right? This one where we cross our right index over left, curl our middle over the tips of the indexes, tuck those ring fingers down underneath, and touch the tips of those rings and pinkies. Oh my gosh, that's so twisted. This is our bejeweled horse. This is the tower of jewels that we place here on our solar plexus. Why do we use mudras? Because each finger is a channel for a different element in your body. And when we use the science of mudras, we can align, we can adjust these things so that they bring us balance and healing and the alignment that we seek. I always recommend that you hold your mudras for a minimum of 5 minutes. For best effect, hold your mudras for a minimum of 5 minutes because it takes about 5 minutes for your energy to circulate through your whole system. Yes, sometimes you grab a mudra and you're like, whoa, right away you experience a shift. This one in particular gets my belly going. I experience anxiety. I have CPTSD. And so using the solar plexus mudras often gets anxiety to start wiggle around in my belly. Why? Because it's bringing alignment, right? I'm not creating a situation for anxiety, but if I'm doing that mudra and it becomes too much anxiety, then I wouldn't be helping my system to keep pushing through that. Curiosity and willingness, not no pain, no gain with the emotional self, with the energy body. Moms do that as a finger waggle to their kids. I know, right? Bring some light to the situation. I'm telling you, you shouldn't be doing these things. What's another? Yeah. Well. So what does an overactive What do you think some qualities of an overactive solar plexus would be? Just throw them out there. What do you think some qualities of an overactive solar plexus? Your solar plexus is your center for will. It's our sense of control. It's our sense of self-esteem. These things happen in our, it's our sense of autonomy, my ability to get things done or not. White bear, overconfidence. Stepping on other people, right? Being the kind of horse that doesn't mind stomping other people so that they can be at the front. External validation seeking. If I am seeking external validation, I probably have a underactive solar plexus because I'm needing that external validation to boost my solar plexus. I don't have the self-esteem. Now, at the same time, when we are very overactive solar plexus, aren't we then also seeking that external validation, right? We are so obsessed with the external validation that we're going to go demand it. We're going to go take it from people. So yeah. Christine, not considering others, very much so. So that with an overactive solar plexus, I can have an underactive heart. That's going to be a really good example of, in fact, I think you can almost imagine if you were to imagine, try to name one prominent person or two or three, how many you want, that has the not caring about others, arrogant kind of things. That's an overactive solar plexus with an underactive heart. In fact, it manifests physically in their actual posture. So somebody who's going to have like more of like a slouch in their shoulders or a little bit of a rolled in shoulder, and then this possibly a big belly or a bigger belly. Does that mean that only if you have more weight on your body that you have an overactive solar plexus? No, you can also have a deficiency there, or you can have an overactive sacral and a deficiency in your solar plexus, right? What was the last mudra called? This one or this one? This one? This is the Hamsi mudra. Ooh, Monica, being louder than the other in conversation to enforce your opinion and shut others down. That's an overactive solar plexus that then creates an overactive throat chakra combined with an underactive or a wounded heart chakra. If my heart chakra is wounded, then I don't have a need. I'm going to be more forceful and less considering of others, and I'm going to use my power and my voice, these yang energies, these external pushing energies versus this receptive energy. I'm not going to be very receptive. I'm not going to express love or care or empathy. I may even say things like empathy is a weakness, right? People might call me cold-hearted because I use this and this to get my point across. Screw everybody else and their opinion or their point, which also means my throat chakra is going to be overactive. I'm not going to be able to hear somebody else's opinion. I'm not going to want to hear somebody else's opinion. That may be rooted in a wounded or underactive root chakra, a root chakra that says I'm not safe unless I take control of the situation. This is why our energy bodies are so dynamic and why you need your inner guru. And I highly, 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 highly recommend that you either go grab yourself a journal and start writing down these kinds of things, or go get my inner light map and start keeping track of your energy patterns. Because in one moment, my energy may be one way. I'm in that space of big open heart chakra. I'm giving, energy away to take care of others. My solar plexus, I take that energy from my solar plexus, put it up through my heart. I may even take it from my throat so that I'm not speaking my opinion so much. I'm not trying to be controlling of the situation, and I'm just giving everything I have away. But at some point, my system gets tired of this, and I go, nope. Now I'm closed off. I don't care about you anymore because I feel offended that I've had to shut down my own opinion and my own power and my own self-esteem just so you can be in my space. But that's not entirely someone else's responsibility. That's also my responsibility to recognize that pattern that I tend to do. We call it fawning. We call it fawning, and it's culturally very accepted, especially for women, to fawn. In fact, you're probably more considered a good wife or a good girlfriend or what have you, right? If you're she doesn't complain too much. She's not too opinionated. She's not too controlling, right? These are cultural expectations that literally pattern into you as you're growing up that we can either keep operating in and wonder, why am I never satisfied in my relationships? Well, because we fell into the track of a pattern that was fed to us by Disney and religion and these other pieces that said this is how you're supposed to be. But there is no flat out supposed to be for everybody. You have to find who you are within that. And that's when your real alignment, that's authenticity. And some of it may actually be true and some of it may not. Oh, so the first one, this is called the Uttara Bodhi. Uttara Bodhi Mudra. And this one is used for boosting my sense of will, my sense of control of a situation. This is going to help with things like stage presence and me looking very confident and like I know what I'm talking about, or I have my shit together, right? This is actually going to help to create that perception of you truly by aligning your energy. But if I'm just doing this for an ego boost in a special situation, I may just be perpetuating my own imbalances anyway. So we want to be mindful of when we use them and why. Thank you, Monica. Highly recommend the Inner Light Map. So again, the Inner Light Map is on my Patreon page. It's just a couple of PDF or a couple of pages of a PDF that you can download and use to track your energy patterns. And I encourage you, when you do notice those patterns, right, meet yourself with curiosity and willingness. Grab that map and go, what's going on, right? I got a phone call from somebody and I got off that phone call and I'm like, wow, my system doesn't feel good. Grab that map or grab that journal and go, where am I feeling it? What am I feeling? Okay, my head feels like it's buzzing. Got it. Okay. My belly feels like that's got, worms and butterflies all over there. Okay, got it. I notice that my shoulders are all up like this. Okay, got it. Here's a secret. Is when you do that, when you show up with curiosity and willingness and start to explore those things without judgment, without shame, without fear, without even attaching a story to it, just noticing what's happening, you will almost certainly experience a shift in your experience. If you got off that phone call that was a stressful phone call with somebody that you didn't really want to talk to, or that you aren't very well, your relationship's not good, right? You could have gotten off that call and just carried that energy with you, right? As many of us do. Get off the call with somebody and then go to do the dishes, and then your mind is going over and over again about the call that you didn't want to take, and while you're doing the dishes, and you end up breaking a cup because you weren't actually present with your doing dishes. You were still back in the conversation, and then you're pissed off, unnecessarily pissed off, way pissed off about the fact that you broke that cup, right? And so you throw that cup away, and then your kid comes over and asks you about it. And what do? You fucking yell at them because you're already way up here and way back there still in that phone conversation. So what if instead you had that phone conversation and then you gave yourself rest? Act, active, prana, do, and be. And meet yourself with curiosity and willingness. Give yourself that moment to be with whatever is occurring in your system. Notice what is occurring in your system, and just the attention, just the intention and attention aligning here for you in the present moment releases tension. Next time anxiety grabs you, instead of telling a story, or instead of following your brain and all the other things that it wants to say about it, put your hand on anxiety and breathe. And notice what happens. See where it goes. See what it does. Sometimes maybe it says something, right? Like, I don't want to go in there. Or what if we run into this person? And then now you actually have a choice, right? The scenario I talked about before, where I was on the call and then shifted the dishes and then broke something and then yelled at my kid, I wasn't operating in my power of choice. I was allowing myself to continue operating unconsciously, where my attention was way over here and my intention was I don't fucking know where, and I was just barreling through life, barreling through the present moment, not even really here. Do I have choice in that moment? Yes, I have choice, the capacity for choice. But am I using that? Am I aware of it? Am I operating within my ability, my strength to make those choices? And that's where we suddenly feel justified. And that's where we go, yeah, well, I yelled because I was mad. Really? But was it appropriate to actually express it in that way? Or did you weaponize your own fear or your own imbalance or whatnot instead of addressing it? And we go, well, they deserved it because this and that and that. Yeah, well, I'm allowed to because I feel like this. Really? So you're just a puppet of your emotions and your triggers, and you're just running through life unconsciously, letting your emotions and other people drive your life? Okay. If you want to. If you want to. If you want to. Red Mummy Eddie, blowing my mind that an unbalanced chakra can cause unwanted body weight. Makes sense, though. So, I mean, think about it, right? The unbalanced chakra can create tension up here. If it's protective to me, if I am trying to satisfy a need of an out of balance chakra somewhere, and I choose to do that through food, it may very well throw the rest of my physical system out of balance. If I choose to do it through, working out, right? Maybe that's the confidence booster, but I do it to such a degree that I overwork my body in a way that's really unhealthy, right? Balance is balance. We can use any of these things to continue perpetuating our imbalances. And yes, they will manifest physically. Why? Because the Karen, Caryn, the stack of stones, when you stack stones and you balance them all just right, that top stone, that's your body. Everything underneath, all the layers of self, ego, emotional self, intellectual self, the relationships you're in, your job, the way you believe about yourself, all those things are the stones underneath the physical, most dense shit in the universe. The most dense shit in the universe is the physical matter. And there is a fraction of physical matter compared to a massive amount of non-physical matter, right? Or vibration or ether or energy. So, where are we going with that? Monica, that was me. I didn't know how to change it. Force didn't work. This class and information has changed my life. I love you. I love you all. I consider you all my friends. Because strangers are just friends we haven't met. And enemies are friends we haven't understood yet. And this is how we grow together. This is how we thrive together. I'm here sharing these things because they helped me. I used to share these things because I thought it was what I was supposed to do and share the information, right? I thought I was so smart when I had all the tools, but not so smart because I wasn't using them and continuing to operate in my place of unconsciousness. And it's not going to happen overnight that you're suddenly going to just change everything, because these are patterns, grooves that have been deeply ingrained, deeply wired into your physical self. Oh, I was talking about the Karen. That's right. The stack of stones. The body. The body is the top stone. If anything else underneath moves or is unbalanced, the top stone is the first one to wiggle. This is your check engine light. The body whispers until it starts screaming. Finding ourselves in chronic issues, finding ourselves with physical manifestations of our energetic imbalances means you've been out of balance for a long time, for quite a while. Or for long enough to make it manifest. Hi, Lila. Yes, babe.
How much longer than live now?
I don't know.
It's
You know that
1:15.
I know. You know that this is the one day a week that I do my class. Yes.
True.
And we've talked about boundaries because I need to be able to do this,
Okay.
right?
Right. Can I do an activity with dog then? Like a dog activity for him?
Yeah.
Can I set one up?
Can you do it outside though, so he's not making a bunch of clangy stuff?
Sure. Oh, and I found the mouse.
Honey, not right now, please. Thank you. He's in the process of learning his balance for his solar plexus, as our children do. One of my favorite examples when I talk about the development of the chakras, I like to look at when the solar plexus really starts developing. The first access to the solar plexus is in our second year of life. By 2, we start interacting with the energy in our solar plexus. And what do we call the solar plexus or not the solar plexus? What do we call 2-year-olds in the West? The terrible twos. The terrible twos. Why? Because before that, they were much easier to control. Before that, they did what we wanted them to do because they didn't have the literal physical ability to do anything else. And as parents, we may struggle really deeply with that when our children first express their sense of will. I always like to say, you want to see the expression of source energy, you want to see God manifest in the material world, look at a 2-year-old. Because they say, I am here. I am everything. I am anything. And there's no one that can stop me. And it's this beautiful expression of pure energy, pure will, just experiencing the world. No, it's not super wise. No, it doesn't know what's best for it or good, and then or good or bad. Those are judgments that we make here. It takes time, but really intention, attention, curiosity, and willingness. It's in the tiny moments. It's in the little ways that we show up for ourselves. It's in that moment where you follow your internal guidance, where you're arguing with somebody and that little voice in your head says, don't say it. You know what happens when you say it. You don't say it. You know you don't mean it. And you have the argument in your head, yes, I fucking do. They deserve to hear it. I'm gonna. Are you sure you want to do that? Those moments of insight, of wisdom, of awareness within our systems that are available to us, helping us, leading us out of our imbalance. The question is, what do you do with that moment of awareness? Do you meet it with a curiosity and willingness? Do you pause and say, wait, I have a choice whether or not to say something nasty to this person, but I feel very justified in saying it. Yes, but is that justification out of a sense of guilt or shame, out of a sense of need, a fear? What need am I going to satisfy by saying that nasty thing to somebody? What need am I trying to satisfy? And then usually you get down to the basics, like safety, belonging, comfort, love, being understood. Mama Yeti, should have listened to that voice, now the bridge is burned. And sometimes that's how we have to learn. And that's hard, right? And we want to experience shame and we want to experience guilt for that. And we want to look back and we want to go, fuck, I screwed that up. I screwed that up. That might have been me. Again, the question is what we do with it. You know, some of us might say, that was so much me that maybe I need to write a letter. Maybe I need to call somebody up. Maybe I need to say something. Even if they don't accept the apology, or even if they don't accept those things, even if they don't want to hear those words. Sometimes it's wishing them well from afar and never re-engaging, realizing that it was both of you. But owning it is really important. And I don't mean blaming yourself for everything that happens in your entire reality. I mean acknowledging where you interacted with that, or where you interacted, where I chose not to make a choice, right? I struggle with boundaries, as many of us do, because our culture teaches us that boundaries are ridiculous or stupid, or you're too rigid if you have boundaries. And so what does that allow? That allows the system to take your resources from you unabated because you don't have boundaries, right? Oh, I'm going to keep working 60, 80 hours per week for a business that is not interested in my well-being because I don't have a sense of boundaries or a sense of personal power enough to say, no, I need rest and I need what I need and I'm going to satisfy my needs. Oh, it's selfish for you to satisfy your needs. Actually, it's self-centered, because when I fill my cup, what happens? But that that filled cup naturally overflows and extends to other people. That is the energy that we are actually intended to give to each other. That's the energy we're intended to share, not pouring back and forth into each other's half empty cups, right? This is codependency, where we're using our own energy to just toss it back and forth. Okay, you feel good today. I'll take all the weight of all the bullshit today. Now tomorrow I'll be mad about it. So I'm going to make you feel miserable so I can feel better about myself. Imbalancing each other. Yeah, Monica, I had no idea how much I had accepted others' opinions and quit loving me. Showing my self-love. Again, we are programmed, or we are sent message that kind of stuff, like self-love, oh, you woo-woo crap, blah, 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 right? Showing compassion, empathy, oh, those are weaknesses. Oh, you shouldn't do that. Oh, what are you saying I should do then? I should be overly controlling and careless with other people. Oh, you're right. That is how I cheat the system and amass a major amount of money that I refuse to share with anybody else or do anything good with. Yeah, that's an imbalance. Sorry, nobody needs billions of dollars. I don't care what you did to get there. And usually, yes, 442, it comes from the unwillingness to be kind to yourself. Everything we do is a projection of how we treat ourselves, how we interact with ourselves, or our expectations and belief about ourselves. 442, I like that. Ripples of a small stone in a lake, right? You are the lake, you are the ocean, and those tiny little one pebble at a time can ripple out exponentially. So Glitterbee, you say, how many times have I heard self-centered used as an insult? This comes from my exploration several years ago. I read a book, I forget the name of the book now, but the book said, ultimately, every act should be a selfish one. And this was by some guru, right? So ultimately, every act should be a selfish one. And I read that and I was like, how dare you? You're supposed to be a guru. What the fuck are you talking about? Selfishness? Are you kidding me? You had some backwards... I had so much problem with it. I had so much ego about it. I shut it down immediately, went like this with it. I'm like, I don't have anything to learn in there. I don't give a shit what you think you know. No. Because my safest expression was a really big heart chakra. Was to nearly, literally martyr, becoming a martyr for what anybody else's needs were. A martyr for someone else's needs while I was denying so many of mine. And then what the response was, for a while, I would do it for a while, and then my system would revolt, and I would go, no! And I would create these massive boundaries and push people away that I'd been super giving with for months or years, right? Or suddenly I'd have boundaries and demand and be super rigid. People were like, what the fuck? But you were just taking care of me for like the last 3 years, and now you want me to take care of you? Or now you're like... totally out of balance. So anyway, and I like challenges, and I like something that's hard for me to understand, and I like something that I can't chew on quite yet. I'm like, So of course it ends up being a little voice in the back of my head, and it keeps coming back up to me every once in a while, asking that question again. As a Virgo, I like to be very specific. And I also like to say what I mean and mean what I say when I say it, right? That's a balanced throat chakra. So in examining it, in trying to understand what the message was in there, I play semantics. I change the wording, because selfish, in the English language, we culturally understand that as that overactive solar plexus, that underactive heart chakra, maybe even an overactive sacral chakra that says everything is mine and I have to have it, otherwise I don't feel safe, right? Selfish means I'm all about me. Selfless means I'm all about anybody else. I'm nothing that I need, right? Those are the two goalposts. Those are the two extremes. So what is center? Self-centered. So I use the term self-centered because it literally means the centered self that is in balance to such a degree that I both take care of my needs and have enough to overflow to take care of your needs as well. Not all the time, or I know where to set boundaries, right? When someone is asking more than I have to give. That's hard to hear that voice that says, are you sure you want to say that? While not wanting to. But that's how we find the balance, right? In our chakras, in our throat chakra. 442, do I think we damaged the people we gave everything we had to give? Did we damage them? I think we give ourselves a little too much credit. Most people, again, we're all operating within our own systems, our own beliefs, our own expectations. Can we enable them? Totally. Can we perpetuate their imbalances, beliefs, our own expectations? Can we enable them? Totally. Can we perpetuate their imbalances? Definitely. But it's not up to us to heal them, and therefore it's not up to us to break them. Hey, Faith, how are you doing? Can we obviously take that further and be like, somebody can physically harm you and physically make you do things, and trauma can like throw us way out of balance? Absolutely. So I'm not, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not saying that you should allow yourself to be victimized, right? Or you should feel okay with victimizing other people. Absolutely not. That's not balance. That's not. Faith, we're working with the solar plexus today, and we will be all month long. So we're talking about the chakra system and a lot of things solar plexi. So this is where I want to talk about twin flames. And this is where I want to talk about codependency, right? Codependency. What is codependency? Is it bad to rely on other people? No, we are pack animals. We are meant to share responsibilities. We're meant to raise each other. It takes a village to raise a whole human, not just a child, but a whole stinking human, because we stink. Because we're a little stinky. Anyway, so, but there is a degree to which we become attached to the interaction that we get from other people. So we talked a little bit about this too here. Codependency, twin flame relationships. I'm gonna let my thoughts gather. Source of energy. Okay. Most of us are familiar with codependency. Most of us are familiar with some idea of a twin flame relationship. And most of us are familiar with these terms of things like filling my cup, right? And giving of my energy or pouring some of my energy into somebody else. So keep those ideas in mind here. We were talking about the source of our life force, that source energy, that vibration that flows through everything in the universe, right? That's that ethereal matter, that spirit energy that moves through absolutely everything. It's the frequency that vibrates our cells throughout the entire, and everything in the entire universe, okay? That is the energy that is in our heart. So your heart, again, this is what I was saying earlier. Dang it, we came back around. Yes. So your heart is made up of defibrillator cells. Defibrillator cells are these little cells that literally just go bum 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 bum. When you put all of them together, they work together to go bum 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 bum. Let's say source energy, right, is the thing that interacts with our breath and those defibrillator cells, right, that make us alive. If your heart stops, there's no life left there, right? So those defibrillator cells create that rhythm. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. What does that do? In school, we're taught that, oh, your heart is just a muscle that pumps blood through your body. Well, guess what? Your heart would actually have to have, I think it's like 100 times, or it's more than that. It has the amount of pressure that it would take for your heart to physically push all that blood the way that it does through all of your veins is not even remotely how much pressure that your heart creates. So right there, science has its on its back. Wait a minute. So circulation happens through we're not going down that rabbit hole of circulation. We're talking about the defibrillator cells. We're talking about what that creates. It's an electromagnetic generator. Your heart is what generates the toroidal field of energy around you. If you'd like to dive deeper into the science of it, go look at the Heart Math Institute. Heart Math. They have several decades of study on the heart and what it does and that energy field that it manifests around us, right? So you've got your defibrillator cells, this on the heart and what it does and that energy field that it manifests around us, right? So you've got your defibrillator cells. This manifests as your heart starts pumping, right? You get this energy field that is around you, just like the earth has it, just like the plants have it, just like every other thing that has any kind of life vibration to it, right, is going to have a degree of this energy field. So that is my finite amount of energy. I use that energy to interact with the physical world. That energy does my digestion. That energy keeps my breathing going. That energy, it works in my brain. And if my brain is taking a bunch of that energy, right, it may not be somewhere else on my perception or my ability to speak. Or this energy is my resource for my system to work. How do I fill my cup? By making sure all of that resource is I've got vitality, there we go, that it's well energized, that my heart is balanced, that my breath is balanced, that my digestion is balanced. If I'm throwing, unhealthy foods or things like that into my system, it can throw that energy off. If I'm not sleeping very well, it can throw that energy off, and I may have less spoons. I may have less in my cup. If I do the things I need to do, taking care of my body and my mind and my energy and my emotions, and food and water and these other things, then it's going to boost that energy field. When that energy field is aligned like that, is powerful like that, is operating from its optimal space, that opens up your channels. That keeps your channels to receive that source energy through your chakra system and interact with it. Your channels. That keeps your channels to receive that source energy through your chakra system and interact with it open. In this way, I access an infinite source of energy, right? And then I'm not giving from my cup. When my cup is full, it turns on that faucet of source energy when I'm connected. Now, I can fill my cup and then not be connected to, I was going to say, can I really fill my cup? No, because if I wasn't connected to that higher energy, that source energy, then I may be deficient in my heart or my crown or somewhere else there. So ultimately, it's that universal source energy that we are interacting with and sharing with others, that we are a vessel for that energy. It is not supposed to be my finite source of energy that I'm giving to other people. But because we live in a culture and because our religions are so manipulated by other out of balance humans, we are taught this idea that we're supposed to pour ourselves into each other. Codependency. Our stories talk about it. All those Disney movies, right? All these stereotypes and what are they called? Archetypes. Archetypes for the extremes of how we can be. But it's not a fully balanced self, right? So then we end up in codependent relationships. Then we end up, and there's now a term for it in whatever circles, right? We call them twin flames. These people who mirror us in such a way that the relationship is extremely intense. Why? Because most often, twin flame relationships are like puzzle pieces. Me with the big ol' open heart chakra and the wounded solar plexus chakra and, ungrounded root chakra is going to match really nicely with somebody who has a really strong root chakra. Think about somebody you've met in your life and you're like, I just feel safe around them. There can be a genuine version of that. I just feel safe around them. And those people are your imbalance, because if you feel safe around them because their energy is grounded, but you do not then cultivate your own grounding in reflection of theirs is an invitation for you to heal. Theirs is an invitation for you to align. You're like, wow, I love that energy. Why do I love that energy? Well, that person is super grounded. It is really nice to be around them. And instead, a lot of us just end up like moths to a flame or energy vampires, and we go back again and again and again to that person, expecting them to satisfy our needs to feel safe. That's not the intention. They can lead us to our healing because they reflect our imbalance. But that's not the intention, is for you to just keep siphoning it off of them. And those are twin flame relationships. It's the opportunity to see yourself so well reflected that you can find balance. But when we don't use them like that, we end up just staying there and perpetuating those imbalances. And we end up staying in toxic relationships all of our life. And we think, well, this is just how it's supposed to be. Because those are also the images that our culture shares with us and tells us about. And it falsifies it, right? By saying, well, if I just provide the safety and security and you provide the love, then we'll be happy together forever. That's not it. That's the fairy tale ending. That doesn't tell you, and we're going to have to take a whole epic journey together so that we can both fortify our own castles. Faith, you asked me a question, so let me come back to this real quick. People aren't, you say you have a question, you say that people aren't getting together like they did a few years ago. Why do you think that is? What do you mean when you say getting together? Do you just mean gathering and hanging out with each other? Do you mean getting together for specific purposes or in a specific way? I am going to have to start closing out here soon because my phone is... I usually watch the battery. Usually the battery is the letting me know it's time to go. So we will go till 2 o'clock. I'm going to plug it in so it doesn't die on me. But we will go till 2 o'clock and then 2 o'clock Pacific time. And then we'll be done for the day. Remember that if you like what we're doing here, if you like any of this information, if it's important to you, if you want more, all that stuff, you can message me about memberships, or we also have a free Discord. You can come join us in the Discord space. Please check my links in bio. Those things will take you to all the places, but if you have questions or want links directly, I'm more than happy to give you those things. Sometimes I get overwhelmed when I'm like, I want to connect, but I don't know where to go and I don't want to go searching for it. So it's okay. I can offer those things. Okay, good. I actually got into it from what I was currently talking about. Answer the question anyway. But yes, going out and dating. I think there's a lot of, I mean, obviously I think everybody has their own reasons for it. But again, we are dealing with cultural manipulations. And this is why I wrote the book, Energy for Sale. It will be available. It'll be for sale July 1st, by July 1st, if not sooner. Because it's really important for us to examine these things. Bio is missing Linktree. Thank you for letting me know, Monica. I will double check on that. Does it have the Patreon? Does it have a link there at all?
Go ahead.
Thank you guys, and always let me know if any link is not working either. So I am Move with Change is the LLC, is the business name, is the umbrella under which I do everything. So if you want to find me on any platform, just type in Move with Change. I am the only Move with Change on Patreon, on Linktree, on TikTok here, on YouTube. I think I am on Instagram, but it's only for, I don't even touch the account anymore, sorry. I'm not on Facebook, but I'm probably going to end up having to be. So anywhere you can find me, anywhere that I am Move with Change. And I should be the only one there. So it's just a YouTube link. Thank you, Monica. TikTok must have taken it down. TikTok will also unfollow you from me sometimes. So if you followed me today, you might have to double check. Yeah. So the things that I'm teaching, the things that we're talking about are things that TikTok is actively trying to do, right? These algorithms or the gotcha things or the battling or the imagery that's pushed to you through the algorithm and to your FYP and things. These are all intentional. These are all designed and coded to send you a certain message. Certain platforms like Facebook do it a lot more intensely and with a different narrative and a different intention, right? And I think this is why some of us like different platforms is we are going, oh, this one feels really nice, like TikTok, where I've been able to meet all these amazing people and share these things on here because it does leave more space for us to be more flexible in our expression and be more flexible in the way that we connect versus things like Facebook that will literally feed you the propaganda of the machine that they want you to ingest, that they want you to consume. And all your friends are on there, so you can't avoid it. You have to. It's like you have to come and listen to this talk. You have to interact with the propaganda that we want to put in front of your face. That's why I'm not on Facebook. But every platform does it in some other way. Glitterbee, what is the Hamsi Mudra? Once again, extend your pointer finger and then bring the tips of the other fingers to touch your thumb. You don't want it like this. So that's why I always say try to put it on the edge of your thumb if you can, but ultimately make sure that they're touching. Make sure you have that nice O in there. Hamsi. Yeah. I got lost talking about algorithms and the current system that we are underneath that is feeding us the images and messages that it wants us to hear. I think that's why it's so important for me to put this book out now, too, especially with AI and AI-generated content. The efficacy of those actions is so profound. It's deep. It connects to your unconscious space. It connects to your emotional space. It is intentionally meant to undercut your prefrontal cortex, your ability to make decisions and think about things, and instead trigger your buttons. It's meant to poke your buttons. It's meant to be inflammatory. It's meant to get you excited. It's meant to make you want something. It's meant to make you buy now. From sales tactics of like, buy now, limited time only. Those are sales tactics that instigate fear, sorry, pirates in the brain. He said that tickle your fear, that instigate your fear so that you will then buy the thing. How many times have you bought extra because it was somehow pushed to you in this sort of, oh, it's a limited time only. Oh, you can only get it when it's on sale. Glitterbee, the Hamsi Mudra is for illumination. It does. It promotes joy and contentment. It helps illuminate the places in us that are feeling a little bit damp or feeling dark or feeling a little bit scary, right? I think about this like my flashlight in the dark. Is a little spark here, like my candle in the dark. This mudra can help you get through those moments where you are feeling a lot of pressure or a lot of darkness or a lot of fear. This is one of those that you're like, I'm not going to give in to that fear. I'm going to raise myself to that higher vibration of joy, of love, of illumination, of trust that we can get through these things. So this is a really nice one. This also does help with digestion, right? So that's one of the reasons I use it for the solar plexus. When you bring these other elements together, it brings all these elements, water, earth, fire, and spirit all together. The index finger is the element of air. And so this one to me is like opening up your windows for a nice spring breeze to come through your space. And you're like, let's just clear away the dust, right? Yeah. Bring a little joy, bring a little light into the situation. So, I love you too, honey. I love you all. And I'm grateful you guys are here. This whole teaching online and sharing these things and sharing my experience and my stories has a lot to do with my experiment in authenticity. I realized I had not been being authentically me for a long time. And that first brought about shame and guilt. There was a lot of self-hate for that one for a minute. But it was through these tools that I got through the hardest part of my deepest, darkest shadow work. And it wasn't by being loving. It wasn't by being patient. It wasn't by being gentle. It wasn't by being any of these things that take some sort of energy and presence to be. It was about being curious and willing. And sometimes that was really fucking hard. Sometimes that was the last thing I wanted to do. And other times that was the only thing I could do. But this was consistent. If I could show up curious and willing, at the very least, I could receive something. And I did. Again and again and again. Not in huge ways overnight, not screaming changes, right? Suddenly I like saw the light and God came to me and had this discussion. No, not quite. It was in tiny whispers. It was in the voice in the back of my head, instead of being bitching at me, suddenly got quiet and said something nice. The years of bitching at myself to hear that voice say something nice was fucking weird. Who's that? To have those moments of choice when I didn't think I had them before, not because I was looking for choice, but because I simply stopped, because I didn't want to act the same way I had before, but I didn't know how to replace it. How am I supposed to find abundance if I don't know what abundance looks like, smells like, tastes like, feels like? I don't know what that fucking thing looks like. How am I supposed to find it? Alice down the rabbit hole. How am I supposed to find the thing I'm looking for if I've never known the thing I'm looking for? Not by knowing where I'm going. Not by knowing where it is. I don't know where it is. By showing up with curiosity and willingness and letting the universe lead the way. Letting the questions, letting the experience lead the way. And that's such a subtle shift that it didn't seem like it was going to do anything. But it's literally all I had. I was in heavy addiction. I was in intense depression. 5 minutes a day saved my life. Think about how many times we're taught that we're supposed to do huge things, big things, what have you. We got to do a lot of things. It's super hard and all this stuff. And yeah, the path is not short. The path is not easy. The path is, it's an epic journey that we're on. But every single step has the potential to be the next step that you needed. Every single step has the potential to be that one that opens up the pathway and illuminates something you didn't see before. And if you're running down your path like I used to, trying to get there so fast, you're going to miss how absolutely gorgeous it is. You're going to miss the tiny little moments, the gifts that are there all over the place, at your feet, literally hanging from the trees around you. I'm so hungry. You ran by 15 fucking fruit trees back there because you thought you needed a pumpkin tree. Blindly evolving. Do I believe in soulmates? Or is that what we consider a twin flame? I think because the terminology, right? We can use the terminology as a means, as the terminology is limited. You could totally call a twin flame a soulmate. I think we typically call soulmates somebody who like we have maybe an easier relationship with, but I think some people also consider soulmates those that we like really toil with all of our life. I like soulmate because it lends itself to soul contract. And I do believe that we have more than just this one experience in our material reality. And it's just from my own experiences. But again, I could be wrong. I'm not pretending to be a master or have all the answers or be the guru that leads you out of the darkness, because that's your job. I looked all over the world for a guru that would find the answers and give me the answer. When I was a child, when I was a Catholic, I used to pray every fucking night to God and say to him, if you will just tell me what to do, and I'll do it. If I know that it's the right thing to do, just tell me what to do and I'll do it. Please guide me. Please show me how to do this. And he was quiet for a long time. Now, I received other guidance and whatnot, and I did follow those, but he didn't answer me the way that I wanted him to answer me, right? He didn't give me the answers that I needed in the moment to be like, aha, God said, just do this today. Okay, great. I'll just do that today. But part of that lesson was because I needed to find that channel inside of me. I need to find my inner compass, not rely on an outer source, not rely on an outer compass to tell me what to do. And that's one of the ways that religion primes us to be manipulated by further psychological games like marketing and the stuff with the, other people. You prime the mind when we're very young, and we teach us that your only sense of safety, security, or answers or anything is all outside of you. It's akin to cutting a hole in a brick, a brick wall, taking one brick out and spending your whole life right here. Someday, if you follow all the rules and do what you're told, if you stay here and toe the line or hold up the wall with your nose, I promise you someday you'll have everything you want. But you have to prove it to me. You have to prove to me that you're steady enough, that you can deny yourself, your humanness enough to stand here on this wall and hold up this wall for me. Be rigid. And if somebody else steps off the wall, you better tell them to get their asses back on the wall, because I need you to hold this wall up for me. And maybe someday I'll let you through. If you're a good little girl, if you're a good little boy, maybe someday I'll reward you. That's not the God I know, that I have come to know. That was the Catholic God that I met, that I read about. Yeah. And that's also how humans act as well. And that's what made me go, wait a minute. That's not source. That's why I left the church. I left the church when I was supposed to get my first communion. And I was grateful that I actually had a priest at the time at that church who gave me his blessing. I don't know if I would have left. I don't know if I would have left without his blessing. And I'm so grateful that I had that gift in that moment, and that God didn't just give me all the answers, that source didn't speak to me and say, here you go. Here's what you're supposed to do. Do 1, 2, and then 3, and then check all these boxes and you'll get into heaven, no problem. Which is the draw. It's totally the draw of these systems that say all you have to do is fit into these little boxes. And if you fit in these little boxes, then everything will be fine. But if you've ever tried to shove a square peg in a round hole kind of deal, right? If you ever try to fit yourself into a box that's meant for everybody to fit into, you realize that your elbow sticks out and your head's a little bit too tall, or your feet don't fit, or it's a pink itchy sweater and you just don't fucking like pink. Because we are not meant to all be whitewashed, fit inside of same size boxes. The universe is exponentially dynamic, right? It's like looking at the rainbow. It's my favorite analogy. It's like looking at the rainbow and saying, only the color yellow is right. And only if you wear yellow and act like yellow will you get into heaven. Everything else is just a trick. Everything else is just an illusion to manipulate you. So you better learn to fall in line. And even if you want to be green or purple or experience red, you're not allowed. Deny yourself those things. Guess what that does? And I'm creating imbalances in my system so that I can fit inside of that box. We are not meant to fit inside of that box. And in fact, when you look at the rainbow and you look at that analogy of how all these different colors are there and we want to argue over which one's right or wrong, what are all those colors? But light itself. The rainbow is light, pure light, fractured into all the parts that make it up. So everything in the universe is that which is source. All of the parts of all of the things and everything in it, the things we call good and bad, the things we like and the things we don't like, the things that are for us and the things that are not for us, are all part of the whole thing. It's just our judgments, it's our perceptions, it's our expectations, it's our beliefs, it's our projections of our imbalances that make us go, that's bad. And if you do that, you're bad. That's a hard rabbit hole to go down, and those are the advanced group coaching, private coaching, when we go way down into the questions of really what's right or wrong. What's right or wrong is what's for you or not for you. And when there are people in the world who would say, I know what's for everybody, and if everybody just does what I say, that you'll all be good, you can be certain that that person is out of balance, and that person is not operating in their authentic truth. That person is not operating from authentic connection with source. Maybe an effigy of source, maybe a facet of it, sure, because it's in our experience. but it's being able to authenticity, right? The true strength is not just the ability to clobber anybody you feel like clobbering. Truth strength is knowing when to put down your weapons and not fight at all. A true sense of self is knowing when it's your fight to fight and knowing when it's not. True compassion, love, right, is loving yourself. True compassion, love, right, is loving yourself as well as others. Balance. All just parts of the whole. I always like to say, and we want to struggle with this because we go, well, there's mean people in the world. There's bad people in the world. There's bad things happening in the world. And yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I judge them as bad too. And we know why. Because they throw us out of balance. Because we know they are out of balance in reflection to what we feel. For some of us, the things that are happening in the world are not out of balance. They feel supported. They feel good. But just like the body has the parts we like, our eyes, I might say, I like my eyes the best. I like my feet. Sure, these are my favorite parts, let's say. And my least favorite part may be my armpits. Maybe my armpits are stinky. I don't like my armpits, so I'm going to cover them up. I'm going to wear, I'm not going to let anybody basically know that I'm an actual human, right? A great way that we that we perpetuate those imbalances in an authentic self, right? Is to hide the truth of who we are. But out in the world, in humanity as a whole, in the collective, we need people to process, what are your armpits doing? But processing toxins in your body. If they're stinky, they're processing toxins. Thank you. Thank you, armpit. Good job. But when we see people out in the world with stinky attitudes, we condemn them and judge them. Instead, I invite you sometimes, at least, if you can muster it, to show up with curiosity and willingness and go, thank you for processing the toxins so that I don't have to. You see somebody out there being a nasty asshole? Thank you. Thank you for processing the shit of the world so that I don't have to. Instead, I'm going to resonate in this space that's not being part of the asshole. That's not being part of the stinky armpit. And it may seem, right, when somebody lets out a really terrible fart or they're really stinking of the room, like they have all this power. But they're just a small fraction of a whole system, of a whole body that operates to keep itself in balance. When we are out of balance, some certain things are exaggerated. Just like your armpits will be stinky if you're processing toxins. If you're not processing toxins and your system is actually quite clean and detox and whatnot, you typically are not smelly. Because you're in balance. You're balanced. Analogies. All right. I'm going to go find my aura drawing so that I can show you guys next week. I'm going to check my links in bio so you guys can always find the places. If you're looking for me any place, I am Move with Change. If you appreciate the content, if you like this information, if you like the tools that you receive, if you want to get more than just sitting in a once a week class and having just the chat here to interact with, go to my Patreon page. I Move with Change on Patreon, and I have various levels of membership, just from $5 to support the fact that I do this. And you want to get actually my Wednesday class. We have a Wednesday class that's from 5 to 6 p.m. on Wednesday evenings, Pacific time, 5 to 6 p.m. And that class is available to anyone who has a paid membership or is trading me time and resources or services, what have you, to help with things. So what have I been saying lately? Whatever you give to me, I give back in 3. So any level of membership, and you get access to that weekly yoga class. And that weekly yoga class is both on Zoom and here on TikTok as a subscriber only live. So you can choose either one. If you want to get just that class and you want to do that, it's a $10 membership here on TikTok because they take 60% of what I make. And it's a $5 one over on Patreon. So you can go do that. If you want to get into group coaching, if you want to do private coaching with me, those things all are available through Patreon. I also have a shop. If you just showed up and you're like, what? You've been doing this all year long and you talked about the aura in January and you talked about the minor chakras. I want to know about the minor chakras. You spoke about the root chakra in March and gave a bunch of tools away and I missed class. Okay, there are cheat sheets. I had created cheat sheets in my Patreon page so that, and they're again, $5 downloads that you can get. I think they're like 3 pages that give you all the tools I offered for that month. And most of the details of that particular chakra, of that particular part of the energy body. Note that in the shop, there's also an inner light map, and that is there to help you start to familiarize yourself with the patterns in your system, as well as help you keep track of those tools. So let's say today you got the Hamsi Mudra, and you're like, this one's cool. I really like this one. I want to take this one and try it. Grab the inner light map, or just grab a journal. You don't have to buy it from me. You can just grab a journal. Or you can go to the shop and get one to support the fact that I'm doing this stuff. Write down how it feels when you use it, what time you use it, how often you use it, and keep track of what this mudra does when you're feeling really upset or when you're already feeling joyful or when your stomach's messed up or when you're already feeling balanced. Does it feel better before you ate or after you ate, just before bed or first thing when you wake up in the morning? The point of doing this, why would you do this? You could just go buy a book about the chakras. You could just go buy a book about mudras. You can just go buy a book about, take a class about mantras. You can take all the pieces. Yes, you could. But if you use the inner light map or a journal for yourself and you keep track of your energy patterns and you keep track of how these tools are working, by the end of the year, you have an encyclopedia of what works for you. I can't write that for you. No one can. It takes your presence, it takes your intention, it takes your curiosity and willingness to keep showing up for these things. So come join me in class, Saturdays, 10 a.m. Pacific time until basically whenever my phone dies, which is usually about 2. I'm on TikTok and YouTube. It's usually one platform is iffy and the other one's good. I have that Wednesday night yoga class from 5 to 6 p.m. Pacific time for any level of membership. Pacific time for any level of membership. If you cannot pay the $ amount on the membership, reach out to me. I am happy to be flexible. I definitely need support and work on the back end with things like content editing, creation stuff, templates, blah, 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 help in the Discord. I am always happy to trade because dollar is not king in here, right? The dollar has become such an imbalanced king. So, what was the other piece? Yeah. My little revolution is to help you enlighten yourself about your energy body, to cultivate, to discover your authenticity, to align yourself with your purpose, to be more present and aware, and to really utilize your superpower of being able to make choice in any moment. This is how we literally change our reality. Quantum mechanics tells us that the simple act of looking at something changes it on a molecular level, right? Changes it right down to its core. That's how powerful you are. And the system you're in doesn't want you to know that. Because autonomous, self-centered people who understand their personal power cannot be manipulated and cannot be puppeted. And the current structures that be in our system thrive and only survive because of how manipulated we allow ourselves to be. So if you'd like to join me in cutting the strings of all the puppeteers, then I invite you to come back to class. And I invite you to come in deeper. I invite you to come into our Discord. I invite you to come into group coaching on Mondays or sign up for private coaching with me, and we'll get together once a month, twice a month, every week, twice a week, every day. I even have a membership for every day. It's a 40-day intensive, and if you'd like to do something like that, please let me know before you purchase that one, because we have to make sure that we can schedule it together. So there's so many more things that I want to say, because it's such a topic. It's such an important topic, and such an important to find balance in our solar plexus, and how chronically overactive our solar plexus, our collective solar plexus, is in the United States, and in not just the United States, in this world. But it's not natural. We've been manipulated into feeling like our sense of personal power comes from being controlling and pushy. We've been manipulated into believing that our giving up everything that we have and not taking care of ourselves is the only way to be loved. These are false. They're false narratives that we bought hook, line, and sinker, because we aren't aware that that's even what we're eating, what we're ingesting, right? Fish in the sea who are just getting plucked out, and we're so used to being plucked out of the ocean and taken for whatever we can offer that we sit here and we wait to be fished, to be farmed. Not having it anymore. Not having it anymore. So come join me on your personal revolution to discover your inner power, to align yourself with your purpose so that you can step out of line. Glitterbee, they have given this to us from our first breath. Keep an eye out, again, for my book. My book is called Energy for Sale. I will let you guys know when it comes out. I talk about the history of marketing. I talk about exactly how there's a chapter for each chakra. And in each chapter, I talk about exactly how the system has manipulated that chakra to remain out of balance. And then I also offer tools to help bring each chakra back into balance. I also offer tools to help you recognize the manipulation when it's happening and take back the power of choice. Right? You're not going to make the world stop screaming at you. You're not going to make the world stop trying to hook you in. That power of choice. Right? You're not going to make the world stop screaming at you. You're not going to make the world stop trying to hook you in. That's how it's thriving. That's how we have this really way imbalance of power right now, because it's thriving on the fact that it can take your resources from you relatively unconsciously. And it can force you to give your resources to it, because you're like, oh yeah, that's the thing I needed, the new car. Yeah, that's the thing I needed, the fake food. Yeah, that's the thing I needed, the fake friends. Yeah. Those are ideas that have been sold to you. And I outline exactly how they've been sold to you in that book. Not in hyperbole, not sitting here on TikTok being like, the system's broken. It is, and here's why, and here's how. So I'll be talking a lot more about it in July. And I will also be creating content. I actually intend on profiling some very high profile people with their chakra imbalances. We're going to talk about famous people. Feel free to throw people out too. If you're in the Discord especially, or if you want to send me a message, hey, I want you to profile this person. I want you to profile this artist or this politician or this whoever. We will totally do that. That will be a lot about the content that I'm putting out and sharing in July. I need some help creating a template and making sure that that stuff gets out. If anybody has the time to do it and wants to help me do something like that, you get access to the information before everybody else does. So if that's fun and feels good to you, and you like this information and want to dig deeper with me and want to work with me directly, that's one of the really good ways to do it. Because, yeah, I'm so excited for my book too, Glitterbee. I'm so excited. Monica, thank you for sharing. Absolutely. Your experience and tools have changed my life. They changed mine, and so I don't even want to take credit for it because it's you, right? Anybody can offer you these tools. Anybody can pick up these tools and put them back down. Anybody can pick them up and store them somewhere and not integrate them. But if it's changing your life, then it's doing something. Then it's you doing something. It's your willingness. It's your interaction with it. It's your integration of it, not me. You are your own guru. I am just reflecting back to you what you're capable of. And you reflect back to me things that I'm capable of that I'm quite not there yet, right? I'm not healed. I'm not done. I'm on the journey right there with you. Mine was just different. And it was different in this way that afforded me this gift. And I'm so fucking grateful. I'm so grateful that I'd like to just give it away to everybody because I feel like I kind of got it for free, but I also kind of toiled my fucking whole life long to figure out some of these lessons the hard way. Yeah, because sometimes we think that's how we have to do it. Yes, blindly evolving, that as well. If y'all go out today, please stay hydrated, be an example of love and peace before force. Remember that the events happening today, right? The message is not to add to the aggression, is not to add to the issue right now is the overblown solar plexus and the deficient heart chakra. That's what we're dealing with, and the trying to amass power, because anybody who's trying to amass power in a way that is imbalanced like that and so careless about everybody else, and it's not just one person there, I'm talking about a whole group of people who are trying to amass that power right now. So the way to fight that is not, fire with fire, right? We're just going to create a bigger fire. You're just going to create a bigger pushback when everything in equal and opposite reaction. So what's the way to heal those imbalances is compassion and love. And I know that some people are like, you can't do that, because there's also places to hold force. There's also places to set boundaries. But the ultimate message is a message of accepting each other, is about holding space for each other, supporting each other, is of accepting each other, is about holding space for each other, supporting each other, is about love, is about coming together so that we can all be well instead of just a select few of people being well and everyone else suffering for it. That's not how the world was ever meant to be. It's a major imbalance. Imagine the whole world as a body. We are majorly out of balance right now. We are pretty freaking unhealthy right now. So, how do you do that? I gotta go because I gotta eat lunch. But how do you do that in the middle of an event like that today? Like what's going on today all over the country? The best way to do that is if you see someone else being aggressive, instigating that overblown solar plexus energy, that forceful energy, so what you can do is you sit down. If you see somebody doing that, you sit down and you ask the other people around you to sit down, you put your signs down and you wait. And what happens is that goes, you tell everybody next to you, tell everybody next to you, tell everybody next to them, and that exposes the people who are being forceful. The events today, and you see someone being aggressive and causing force or causing disruption, causing chaos, because some people want to do that, and then that gets the whole group of people, that loses the message, right? Sit down and tell the people next to you to sit down and put your signs down, and tell the next person and do next person and next person. And what you will do, what the enforcement will see when they look at that happening is one person standing up and doing that shit instead of the entire crowd being treated like that. Yes? Silence is a sword. Silence is a show of force. Right? It shows how strong the heart can be. Again, true strength is not being able to just clobber anybody and be louder than anybody else. Somebody else is always going to be louder than anybody else. True strength is knowing when to sit down. True strength is knowing when to let somebody else expose themselves rather than you needing to control the situation. I love you all. Y'all some powerful mofos out there. Get them. Get them. And if you're not out there on the ground, remember that there are a lot of things that you can still do to participate in taking back your power, in turning away from feeding the power of fat, hungry pigs out there. We can change what's happening, and we are changing what's happening. What I see right now happening in the world, since I have been watching marketing manipulation since the 90s, this has been a thing I've been working on, the energy stuff, since I was a kid. And one of the biggest things that I have seen change, right, is this sort of escalation. But here's the deal. This is the death rattle. This is the last cry of a dying system. These are dinosaurs clamoring for their last bits of breath. And we are the other force. Such power, such imbalance, such hunger doesn't just go away overnight. It needs to be processed out of our systems and realigned. It needs to be treated. It needs to be treated. And in herbalism, we talk about the healing crisis. So when something's out of balance, sometimes it has to get so out of balance that we finally go, oh, okay, I can't keep doing anything that aggravates that thing. I finally actually have to heal this thing. And we're right now in that process of, oh shit, you know what? It's really out of balance and it's really unhealthy. I need to stop doing the things that are destroying my life collectively, that are destroying our planets and our cultures and our people collectively. We need to recognize, and again, in complacency or in apathy or in like, oh, it's comfortable enough because it's not at my door, but it's now at your door, or it's at your neighbor's door, or it's at your friend's door. Now people are experiencing it on their doorstep, in their homes. And so ride the wave, because it's a healing one. It's a healing one. When we engage with it as a healing process. All right, I'm going to go have some lunch. Probably going to take the kid and the dog to the river. We found a new spot at the river that the dog really loves, and I was really sad yesterday because he basically sat by the gate with his Frisbee in his mouth and was like, when are we going to go back? So I'm going to take him down there. I'm going to try not to get sunburned again. I love you all so much, and I will see you here in another live. I'll see you commenting in my content. I will see you in the Discord. I will see you in class. I will see you in coaching. I love you so much. Keep your head up, okay? Take care of you. Fill your cup. I love you. All right. I'm going to turn YouTube off. Bye, YouTube. Thanks for trying. Bye, TikTok. Don't forget to refollow me. If you followed me today, TikTok oftentimes takes my followers off. I get quite a lot during these 4-hour lives, and then I get out of the live and they're like, you have 20 new followers. Oh, baloney. You just don't like me telling them what you're doing, TikTok. I hear you. I see you. I love you guys.